can do this. I can do this. Where are my glasses? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just perfectly hitting a specific peak on the bars. I know, you desperately care about this. Oh. Let me cuddle my coffee for a little bit longer. Hey, Fearless. It's a quote from one of Mega Ran's songs, and I say to it myself in the mornings when it's really tough, when I'm really struggling to get going. It's like, okay, I can do this. Where are my glasses? Because I don't wear glasses. The other phrase I take from that was, if you don't move, then you don't eat. Which I believe is the mantra of the self-employed. Legend, Watto and welcome. Wolfcran, Watto and welcome. And Fearless, of course, Watto and welcome. These things are sent to test us. And Fearless, yeah, I saw you were keeping will hours last night, so yeah. And Fearless, like, yeah, if you were having like a no sleep, you've only got to make it to like, I mean, I guess when your usual crash time is, but maybe like 8, 9 o'clock, and then fingers crossed, you get that full sleep through the day. Mada says, you can't fail if you never try. As a consummate piss artist, I feel that is woefully inaccurate. I think there are ways to fail at things that you didn't even try to start doing. But that's another story. How are you doing, friend? Jimenez, you're going to have to put up with me saying this a lot, since we've been doing the reruns, but thank you for the work you've done on the interactive maps. We cleared the monk with the Outer Expanse ending yesterday, and it was everything I've ever wanted from an ending to a Brainworld run, you know what I mean? But, God, there's a couple of bits, especially in the Outer Expanse and Shoreline, that even though I've done it a million times, the similarities between the two areas and the weird interconnectedness of it always throws me off. So, hey, Jimenez, that sounds lovely. I'd love to give that a shot. And for that online multiplayer mod, that's like loads of slug cats, one area type nonsense, right? So Fearless, if you need us, you've got us. I know the draw sucks, so yeah. And my friend would say, don't be afraid to take a sick day at work if you need to, rather than trying to like power through and chain up some good meditative games, you know, like your hard space shipbreakers and stuff like that. And Lizzie! Hey Lizzie! Loads of peeps have been in here before you, and yet you got first. Don't want to say you're all slacking, but Lizzie just beat you. How you doing, Lizzie? Oh, sorry, and Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. So, yeah, I hope you're all doing bloody splendid. I am fucking haggard today, but that's all... Well, okay, it's not entirely of my own making, but I had about three cups of wine more than I should have on a mostly empty stomach yesterday. So today was my brain trying to crawl out through my eye ducts. However, I don't regret staying up because we were talking to a friendo about like how to deal with controversy in video games and taking them through like... It was an interesting discussion. Oh, Fearless, I didn't drunk buy anything. I actually didn't get drunk last night. That's what's so infuriating. You know, I remember going to bed. I remember being, like... I was very sensible last night. Also, so, Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. Jamami, love to see you. Yeah, last night I got all the laundry folded whilst listening to Vati Vijaya's Armored Core 6 breakdown, which is, yeah, I'm more excited for Armored Core 6 as is, And I believe, Fearless, you were implying that FromSoft might be using more of their Soulsian storytelling techniques. And at least from a couple of hints, like, I'm not saying this is going to have a smart, cohesive story, but they're definitely bringing over some of the peeps who have cut their teeth on, you know, Elden Ring and Bloodborne and Dark Souls and stuff like that. You know, there's a few instances of really good environmental storytelling, which is something AC's not done before, so I'm real happy about it. Plus, it is story structured mission by mission, so it is feckin' perfect for week in, week out gameplay. Because what I can do in my downtime is grind for parts and goodies that I can then show off each time. So what I'm saying is, to those of you who are going to be playing Armored Core next month, to my mech pilots, to those of you who will be joining the mercenary ranks of the affordable choice, don't worry, your mech father's got you. It's going to be real good. But no, so Lizzie, I didn't intend to drink on a mostly empty stomach. It was just, yeah, I sat down, I listened to the Armored Core 6 breakdown, which had a lot more information than the gameplay stuff we went through. I got all the laundry folded last night, and then I sat down and... Oh, my jams are getting a bit loud. And as some of you might have seen in general chat, there was a friendo that was expressing some concern about a video game company and how they were treating their employees. And so I had a talk with them about, like... Because it's very difficult when you're a fan of a studio or a company to see them doing bad and feeling powerless to do anything, right? And I think it's a real mark of respect that someone would come to our little corner and be like, hey, can you help? Because, you know, we ain't nobody, friends. Like, we are a scarily connected community. Like, we're not a community made of game devs, primarily. We're just, I don't know, a little digi-tribe that found each other through weird memes over the last, 5 years. But we have a scary amount of pull in the games industry. Not like empire shaking, but you can't really swing a cat in this squad for someone being like, oh yeah, I worked on that, or oh, I know someone who worked on that. I mean, case in point, like, Hookshot, Watto and welcome, feckin' lovely to see you. We're going to be playing Partum Artifex today. And I'm going to get spooked up doing puzzles. But I was mentioning that yesterday, and I think, like, Dice Goddess, if it wasn't yourself, then it was definitely Nick, was like, oh shit, you know Chef. I'm like, fuck yeah. So, anyway, so the TLDR, if you're wondering what was going on. So, how many of you remember Lobotomy Corporation? The surrealist SCP management game. We played it back during the GameWorks arc. Oh yeah, and Dice, Chef was checking with me last night about when we were going to get started. I told Chef we'd be in-game by this time, but we'll probably be in-game closer to 4. Well, about like 40, 50 minutes from now. Jimenez, oh, okay, so Jimenez, Lobotomy Corporation was a fascinating game because it uses, like, the SCP as a baseline. Your job in Lobotomy Corporation is you are a manager of an SCP facility. You have to contain all these different anomalies and use them to generate power. But the problem is each one comes with its own weird little quirks that may or may not, you know, kill your staff, or they might try and break out. So you have to, like, place everything tactically around your facility so you can survive each day, generate power, and continue. Now, I do recommend playing Lobotomy Corporation because it's an incredible subversion of expectation. It looks like a management sim, right? It looks like a puzzle game where it's about, like, building everything perfectly and, you know, trying to survive these weird things. However, you can jump back and forward in time between levels you've cleared. So if you start building your facility and you get it wrong, you can just go, oh, well, I'm going to jump back a few days. this ends up being folded into the game thematically. Because you can retry the sections as many times as you want, you can roll it back, you can tweak things. Ultimately, there is challenge, certainly, but there's no game over state. You can just keep trying. And the ultimate goal of that game was to tell a story. Initially, its Korean translation was pretty poor, and to my understanding, the translation is better now. So yeah, Lobotomy Corporation was like a proper cult success. Again, I absolutely adore the almost Doki Doki levels of subversion. That all the characters are these like beautiful anime-esque types. In actuality, things are terrible and bad, and every so often you get a glimpse through it. And yeah, it was a really inspired way of doing a complex story with very limited resources. Anyway, yeah, Head Manners. I also agree with that one, that it's quite frustrating when you're doing poor in a management game because you didn't know enough starting out to lay things out in a certain way. In some games that can be fun, you know. The Satisfactory Factorio setup I think is great because it inspires you to restart and do better. Like, the optimization in search of victory I think is a great cause. But when it comes to like story, it can be very frustrating, you know. I think that Oxygen Not Included has this weird middle gap, which is like super hard to cross. Sorry, by what I mean is that at the start of the game, it's hilarious to watch your clones just die in a vat of pee. And in late game, trying to build these complex systems to, you know, explore far beyond with the DLC is great. But there's this middle gap where you're kind of just learning and failing. And that's the gap you've got to get over to enjoy the game. Anyway, so, to continue the story. Is it Lobotomy? Lobotomy? Okay, I can't spell. Lobotomy, alright. So yeah, Lobotomy Corp came out in like 2018. It was made and published by Project Moon, and yeah, it's definitely worth an interesting look. At the moment, however, Project Moon is currently having a very, very bad time. Now, I haven't played their follow-up game, which is the Library of Runia. It's been wishlisted for 1,000 years. I've been meaning to, but it's a lot more visual novel than other titles, and I don't believe it's based in the same universe, but I'm not entirely sure. However, their most recent title is where is it? It's fucking hell. Steam's being arse right now. Alright, I'm just going to have to Google it, sorry. I would say Steam's being an arse. I'm a hungover potato. Okay. Limbus Company, there we go. So Limbus Company is where the current drama is. Limbus Company is their most recent title. It's a free-to-play gacha title based in the same universe as the Lobotomy Corporation. And for a while it was, you know, it's been doing very, very well. But recently, they have... Okay, now bearing in mind, this is a game made in Korea, and this is drama pertaining to local elements. So, what I've been able to read so far is there was supposed to be a summer beachwear event. The user base was angry that the summer event didn't contain enough sexy outfits. That the masculine characters were in swim trunks, but the femme characters were in more of a, like, conservative swimwear. I don't fucking know. This caused some fan backlash. And the artist responsible for the designs received a lot of this hate directly. So much, in fact, that somebody broke into the studio. And after that, the artist in question was let go. I don't want to say fired. And this has created kind of like a storm in a teacup. And this was where our friendo last night was in general being like, hey, you know, let's get onto Twitter. Let's let these people know it's not okay. And I'm like, all right, let's take a breath. Let's take a beat. One, Twitter is worthless right now. Twitter outcry is, yeah, it's raging against a dying star right now. You can yell at the planets, but they don't care. The best thing to be doing in this kind of situation is like, fuck off, Lance. Sorry, Lance. It's lovely to see you. Yeah, like X. And oh, sorry, and Nick, I've only been going for about 16 minutes, so the bot. I'm gonna give the bot some time. Now, Wolfgrad, I do agree. Like, when it comes to someone being let go from a company, you very rarely get the full picture. And oh, there we go. Yeah, legend, Wolfgrad. I just had to call it out. But yeah, sorry. You very rarely get the full story, and it's not always the case that, you know, the employee is completely without blame. To put it into context, there have been roles that I've worked in the past where I was definitely the problem child. Now, I left before I was fired, but if my employers had let me go at that point, I couldn't have faulted them for it. Now, the reasons for that were, you know, personal life things and stuff like that I was either ignoring or not handling, but however, like, in this case, the timing right after, like, fan backlash and a fan breaking into the studio makes it all seem a bit, ugh. However, I honestly don't know how much impact English language media and games media has on the Korean games industry. Like, traditionally, Korea and a lot of territories in that area are primarily based around, like, free-to-play titles and user login titles and things like that because of internet cafe culture and things like that. Not everybody can afford to have a PC and a rig in their home or have the space to do so. So internet cafes become a large portion of the gaming culture, right? Hey, really, Watto and welcome. Also, you know, I'm not excusing employers. Sorry. I meant more story-wise in terms of, like, creative endeavors. Like, yo, if we start telling stories about bad employers, we'll be here all day. Oh shit, I am here all day. Like, I think I told you all about the time not a studio, but an operation tried to get me to work for what would have been half of minimum wage. That was fun. Or that time I was technically an illegal, under-the-table, cash-in-hand employee. That was fun. Bad employer party hats. Yup. No, sorry, Angel Cleaner. You're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was recanting a little bit of my tale because I didn't want you all to think that, you know, the game studio and the employer is always correct, and heck you, tiny employee, for daring to judge. I meant it more. I was bringing up my stories more in the case of when it comes to someone being let go from a studio. They may not actively be trying to start drama, and they may not actively be putting forward things in bad faith, but there may be situations when we hear about internet drama where the person being let go wasn't blameless, is what I was trying to say. That it's sometimes we do have to look critically at the situation. Oh shit, Nick was saying their first job in games after they did the math was like $2.50 an hour. Lance says, I went on a job where the boss was waiting in a darkened office to chastise for being 10 minutes late. Feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. Anyway, sorry, the TLDR of what I was saying was that I was talking with this individual and just being like, look, I don't know how we as both, you know, fans and professionals in English language territories can even affect the, you know, Korean game dev scene. What we can do is, like, reach out to journalistic outlets that would potentially cover this sort of thing. So, you know, your GI.biz, Polygon, I don't have any faith in Kotaku anymore, but you never know. Every now and then they do bust out some good work, but also teams like People Make Games, teams that have the ability to do investigative stuff, and hope that if there is more to that situation, if it is bad, that, you know, it gets the coverage to help enact some good change. Legend, it's both a blessing and a curse. But I don't know. Like I told you all, like, I've been stressing a lot recently because, like, the entire format of games media is changing so drastically. Like, it's so wild. It's so wild. And it's very strange to think that Twitter was the interconnected linchpin of a lot of the, like, non-standard info. Because before that, it was kind of like Reddit was the main one, and before that, it was NeoGAF. And yeah. Things are going to get very, very strange. Things are going to get very strange very quickly. GameSpot forums represent! And Lance, I know what you mean. I'm not... The thing is, I've known so many people who've worked at Kotaku, and they've always had, like, the best of intentions. Gorka Media is a fucking shit show. And honestly, anytime I see good reporting coming out of Kotaku, I know that that is the team fighting their damnedest to do good in spite. Do you know what I mean? But there's only so much people can do. And, you know, when your KPIs are entirely based on clicks, you know, here's 10 things you didn't know about Link's ball bag is going to get more clicks than here is an in-depth breakdown of how, you know, the interconnected nature of, like, video games and fandoms changes how we view stuff, right? Like, it's got to be something really spicy for it to get that same kind of engagement. Wolfgrad says, what if I want hard-hitting dating sim journalism? God. I wish I had never said that out loud. Aperios, you haven't been here when I've been having, like, in-depth breakdowns of Armored Core, or discussing finances, or, like, how video games are really changing in what's going to be a post-Twitter world. But no, I mentioned the testicular region of, you know, Link, the hero of time, and you're like, yo! You summoned me! Fucking... What am I doing, you lot? What am I doing, you lot? Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to talk about social media too much today, friends, because we're all stuck with it. There's nothing we can do to change it right now. And honestly, like, there's no point me planning out a social media strategy until it solidifies. Hookshot, I've had this feeling that Blue Sky is going to become more of an interconnected, like, old Twitter, but I don't think it's going to have that reach and that impact. Do you know what I mean? And Threads is close to worthless. Like, if you're already part of the Instagramosphere, it's just another means for people who are already huge on there to be huger. But there is no hope of, like, growth. There's no hope of, like, finding a tribe there. Yeah, Threads is worse than worthless. I am horrified by the fact that you all are still writing facts about Link's ball bag. This is... Okay, this is a monster that I made, and I'm sorry, but why are you like this? Actually, Varbles, I like that idea. Threads is where we quarantine the brands. It's just brands talking to brands. Harmonious. All I can say is I'm sorry. Kaolu, Watto, and welcome. How are you doing? Ah, the chef is here. Hey, and chef, don't worry about it. Like, I started an hour late, and an hour late off my optimistic late start time. So, sadly, Chaunerus, it's not Horny Jail where this conversation came from. It was discussion about like games media. Sorry, if you don't know the TLDR, the current model of games journalism is funded primarily by advertising. Advertising is denoted by clicks and click-throughs. So the number of people that see an ad, or the number of people that click through and spend more time on the site, the more ads get seen, therefore the more money gets generated. So it creates a situation where, despite best intentions, creating either clickbaity or creating like controversial but non-substantial content is actually more viable. So it's been that way for a while. There was a thread last night of the gentleman you all kept bringing up yesterday, who does the art critiques, who was talking about like the whole like PR to media pipeline, and how, you know, with the loss of Twitter, that's going to reinstate that. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, because back in the day, you didn't have idiots like me running around. But so Chaunerus, I haven't actually seen that, but we've all... Okay, sorry. Let me unpack the tales of old. Nick, I do believe you're correct. Oh, and to Sir John Pope, Watto and welcome. So, okay, history lesson. So, back in the day, video games and video games journalism was exactly the same as every other hobbyist magazine. The magazines were designed to sell you the games. The mags themselves would be sold by these huge conglomerate chunks. So, I mean, Future Publishing was one of the big ones. And they would have a magazine for every format, for every kind of console, and even like multiple variations in the same space. So there'd be PC Gamer, but also PC Format, PC Zone, trying to hit different like demographics in the same space. The magazine's business model was basically based around subscriptions, but also like stocking on shelves in, you know, supermarkets, corner stores, bookstores, etc. Now, what used to happen back in the day is the PR and PR companies would have direct ties with the publishing companies like Future Publishing. And so the PRs would say, right, we're doing an event for Cool Spot. And Future would send over a few journos. Depending on who was publishing, there may have also been some little packets with some brown envelopes and whatnot. But I can neither confirm nor deny that Virgin Interactive was famous for giving people money and bags of cocaine. But this was how it ran. And it's important to remember that this is where games journalism started off. It's the same as those magazines that sell you models. It's the same as magazines that sell you, like, classic car reconstruction stuff. And that's fine, alright? But what ended up happening is that, like, as games as a medium evolved, it evolved faster than the old model. And then suddenly the internet went, knock, 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 hey, print media! And that changed the fucking game. Because, like, while a few of the print media magazines have managed to hang on, like, gone are the old powerhouses. And what was at one time referred to as the blogosphere was very, very independent. It was very, very chaotic. You know, things like Old Man Murray and stuff like that, you know, which launched, I mean, things like Rock, Paper, Shotgun and, like, now iconic pillars. And they were a counter to that, but they also didn't make a lot of money. Making money from just a website online was a tricky prospect, and that's where, like, advertising and advertisers came in. And that shook shit up something fierce. Fuck off, Berios. The blogosphere is no name for Link's ball bag. This is the new crab facts. And again, I'm probably telling most of you stuff that you already know, but I think it's important for framing for this discussion. So that's the old into what happened before. And then the blogosphere kind of evolved into, like, the big sites, the big weighty operations. And with the growth of those sites, the interconnectedness with PR companies and publishers became very, very prevalent. And we're not going to get into ethics and games journalism stuff, we're doing a history lesson here. It got to the point where companies were putting in large amounts of advertising revenue into some of the bigger sites that had appeared, and were expecting a return on that investment. Now, we're going to use the Kane and Lynch review as a famous example, because it also went on to form Giant Bomb, which amuses me greatly. But yes, the gentleman that reviewed Kane and Lynch, the first one, for IGN, gave it a very scathing review, because it's not a good game. It has some great ideas in it, I'd love to share it with you all, but it's not good. It completely goes off the rails in the last half, it has no cohesion. It's a bad game. No, it's not a bad game, but it's a 4 out of 10 game, you know what I mean? Assuming that the scale starts at 1 and not at 7, but that's another story. Oh, was it GameSpot's review? Sorry, I didn't mean to misquote as it IGN, but that was, I think, indicative of the height of, like, the big site. Now, what's happened is over the past, 10, 12 years, YouTube changed everything again. And it created this intermediary, the informed fan, the couch critic. You know, honestly, I think that the overly positive nature of the PR site interaction is what led to a lot of the angry critic phase, because it was so counter to the language that we were seeing from main websites and stuff like that. Anyway, so yeah, Chef, that's how we got sites like Screw Attack, which is real cool. Sorry, let me make this coffee make my point make sense, because I promise we're getting to the point. I know I'm driving this car all over the road, but I promise I know our destination. So, the advent of YouTube created this situation where low-cost, low-quality individuals could put forward opinion pieces faster than journalists could necessarily put forward, like, the more curated articles. This created this sphere of someone who is not a journalist, but has a journalistic reach. Now, I've always resented the term influencer, mainly because influencer comes from other spheres of marketing, and it's just been applied to people who make YouTube videos or people who stream and what have you, but that's another story. But what's fascinating is that this digital third class that popped up created something interesting. These were people creating videos, you know, putting forward video essays, maybe even like writing articles and stuff. Their focus was the experience. It wasn't about whether or not you should purchase the thing. It's like, here's me going through it, and here's my deconstruction. Now, this gets into a weird point because they're neither trying to sell you the thing nor trying to support the thing. They're just part of it. They're either a fan themselves or it is part of their content, right? But for a lot of them, their whole metric is based on engagement, right? Now, this has changed as YouTube has changed its algorithms and places like Twitch and Patreon have popped up, but the TLDR is for someone like my dumb self. The metric of success is engagement. How much do you want to hang out? How much do you want to talk about this? How much do you give a heck? It's not about whether or not I say nice or bad things about the title. And this creates chaos. And this was where I wanted to bring us. That yes, we're in a position where the falling away of Twitter means that the general discourse around games, the PR to media pipeline has kind of been reinstated. But unlike before, there are fucking thousands of idiots like me running around. Like, coked up gremlins just being like, who will hyper-focus on tiny parts of a title in both positive and negative ways, that will call out very, very bad launches, sometimes unfairly, but they'll absolutely call it out, you know? I think about, like, the impact of individuals like Angry Joe and stuff like that, and then multiply that effect by 1,000, you know? You can invite 50 content creators to your press event, but you absolutely cannot guarantee what they're going to say. So, I don't know what this new phase of games media conversation is going to look like, but it's going to get interesting. The other thing is that because it won't primarily be based around the core, we may see more varied conversations popping up. So Lance says, when someone turning down a volume slider will become a viral sensation, that colours the perception of a game likely for its entire launch. That is a good point, but so, Lance, are we talking about Viewfinder? Because Viewfinder is a very, very good example of well-executed PR. Because, to my knowledge, the very, very poorly written VO was not part of any of the pre-release trailers. Oh, yeah, sorry, and jumping back to Chef, no, absolutely. And I'm not going to say that, Total Biscuit was an individual without flaws, but there was waves and troughs. But thanks to Total Biscuit, a whole bunch of great video games existed that would not have gotten touched by traditional games media. Like, Warframe got no coverage from traditional media. TB does a, what the heck is Warframe, and now they're one of the huge entities in our space. And Steph Sterling's a fucking legend. And it's worth noting, Steph came from traditional games media journalism. Like, Steph was one of the core pillars of, like, the golden age of Destructoid, back when they were a force. That's another story. But yeah, I want to jump back to what Lance was touching on, because this is where the chaos of content creation kind of fits into the ecosystem, right? the three pieces of the ecosystem, right? PR, journalism, content creators. That's our Triforce. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom. Now, PR, this is how the pieces fit together. None of them are inherently good, none of them are inherently evil. It's just, they all have different goals, right? So we have PR over here. They make the fancy assets, they control access to the game, at least before launch. Their goal is to have as many people know about the game as possible to sell copies. We have games media, the journalistic side of it. Their goal is to gain as much information ahead of time, during and after, to get as many clicks. Hey, Chef, you've got, 20 minutes or so before we get in game? So, yeah, go pour yourself a bevy. Don't worry. And I wanted to wait until we're in game before I start advertising Stream Online. But, where are my weird playlists? Yeah. Get a bit of that Gran Turismo 2 going. Anyway. Games Media's goal is to get clicks. Now, obviously the people working in that space genuinely give a fuck about video games. They absolutely wouldn't work for shite pay and terrible fan reception otherwise. But that is their goal, is to get eyeballs and clicks on their articles. And the last one is content creation. Their goal is engagement. Now, they fit into the ecosystem because they observe the other two, and that what the PR teams are putting out and what media is saying fuels what they will talk about. It's pretty rare for someone of my size to get things like exclusives or to get press event invites and things like that, because it's not that the PRs think that people like me are worthless, but it's conversion, right? Like, how many people we got hanging out today? We've got we've got 36, so this is a quiet day for the long ship, but even when the long ship is absolutely just jumping, we're closer to 55, sometimes 60 on a really good day. From a PR's perspective, I require the same amount of attention to bring to a press event as someone who has 1,000 concurrents, because it's still just getting one body to one event, right? So I'm not worth the same return on investment. Now, we can talk about PR, marketing, and content creators to a blue in the face, but more often than not, people like myself are deconstructing the press releases and press assets put out, and the elements that the games media get from exclusives and put forward. However, dependent on the levels and dependent on the community, what I choose to focus on and what I choose to talk about with you lot, be it positive or negative, doesn't overtly affect, right? And so that's what creates this weird back and forth. And in a dark way, I think the digital tribalism is going to become powerful. But what I wanted to talk about was how there is a VO character in Viewfinder who, no hate to the performer, it is a very poorly written character, and there has been a lot of critique of it. That character was not included in any of the press assets here, and it wasn't discussed in games media. So when the title came out and people were like, oh, where's this coming from? That created a situation where in the content creation space, people went, have you seen this? Now, whether or not that was a good PR strategy is another discussion. Should they have put forward stuff with the VO? Maybe, but then we saw what happened with Forsaken, where, admittedly, I'd say it was 60% bad faith, but, they put forward a trailer with self-referential, kind of self-mocking one-liners that didn't land. Wraith, why are you like this? Don't make me link this back to, Link. The other thing being, did the game's media sphere get hands-on with a copy that had that VO and it just didn't resonate negatively with them, or was it overlooked? Or were the game's media teams given early builds that didn't include that? Sorry, I was just adding to Forspoken. Forspoken had a very negative response to its early dialogue, and unfortunately they weren't able to get that stink to wash off. And there's 1,000 ways we could break down Forspoken's PR campaign. I think it's a very good example of Square Enix don't know how to sell things that aren't Final Fantasy right now. And I do think there was a big disconnect with Forspoken between the PR teams and the dev team. Like, that absolutely stank of, like, disconnected publisher PR. Okay, sorry. But by that I mean, like, so big publishers will have an internal PR team. So EA, Square Enix, what have you, they'll have PR people, community people, comms people, all of that, and they will work at the publisher, not at the studio. When I was at CA, we had an internal, if you'll forgive the term, because it still makes me a little bit sick in my mouth, we had a Marcoms team, marketing and communications, of which community was a part of. But we were physically in the studio, talking to people, finding out about stuff, and even we weren't perfect, but well, okay, so between Nick and Legend, I do want to say that the marketing running up to Final Fantasy XVI was not handled great. Like, honestly, I do think they pulled it out their arse with the big Summer Games Fest trailer and the press event not long after. But, I don't know. Maybe this is just me reading the bones, but the articles and coverage they were getting outside of, like, Final Fantasy enthusiastic media was... I could see the turn. I could see it. And yeah, Wraith, Marcoms does sound like an evil villain race, but I bring this up because when it comes to things like Forspoken and stuff like that, the people responsible for the marketing campaign and how it's put together, they may not have even gone to the studio. They may have just been given an internal build to play. Like... Oh, sorry, Nick, you're correct. The demo, that was the golden bullet there. You are correct. Sorry. Don't stay up and drink wine, kids. It's bad for your brain. I completely forgot about that. But no, I personally wouldn't trust Square Enix with a marketing campaign without having a big hand in it. So, like, if Longship Studios was a Square Enix-owned studio, you better believe I would be the most obnoxious studio head. I would be round Square Enix every fucking day being like, yo, marketing plan, let's look at it. This sucks. Pour coffee, we're getting weird with it. Because sometimes you have to do that. And okay, we're going off onto tangents upon tangents, but, like, you can never assume that your publisher is working in your best interests. It's not that they actively seek to do bad. It's just, sometimes they just don't fucking get it. Ah, this is one of my favorite tracks. You know what, Legend, we did start weird. And yeah, Hookshot, editing TikToks is so time consuming. Lyrus!
What ho, Vikings? Cannonball.
Heck yeah. Wait, did I miss somebody filling the pint glass? Oh, Vanderbeest, I am so sorry, friend. Oh, Vanderbeest, I'm sorry. I guess I was in, like, mode. Well, Solaris, thank you for the bits. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. I'm so sorry. But yeah. let me put a bow on this conversation before we get into horror games and other discussions and stuff like that. It is more likely that you lovely folks will deal with PR companies that are external or like boutique to indie publishers. I mean, by indie, I mean like anything below Devolver size. They will promise you PR support. They will promise you social media support. Be on them. Be on them like cats that haven't been fed for more than 3 minutes. You are on email going to be like, meow, meow, meow. Because that's how you get good coverage. Damn it, Phyllis! That's actually how I'm navigating the underground. Please don't tell anyone. Hookshot says, get it in the contract. Yes, but also cat that hasn't... Like, a cat at dinner time. Because you can always fudge things. You can always fudge things. So if a team promises you X amount of PR support, what they can do is send out a few press releases and say like, oh, well, our PR person put 20 hours into this. That's this amount of cash. That's what we promised. And all they've done is sent out like 2 press releases and done no follow-up. Yeah, they can do the bare minimum at the last minute because they get distracted. Do you know a great example of that? Fucking Apex Legends. Apex Legends, apparently they spent like millions of dollars on marketing. They paid for a trailer. They did nothing up until launch and then paid like a couple of streamers to play it. Like, it is only testament to how good Apex was at that drop, which is why it succeeded. If the game had even been a little bit wibbly, like a little bit like, oh, well, this just needs like tweaking, dead. EA absolutely did the bare contractual minimum for Apex. And again, I know I'm just this weird moss-covered shaman looking at the bones, but I can't prove it, but I will fucking swear by it. And when, like, if EA is prepared to do that with something that became an industry-wide phenomenon, like, imagine how your indie game's gonna get treated. Oh yeah, and Wraith, it did help that that Battlefield game did not do well. Oh yeah, and Imperius just saying that Apex is legitimately a good game, and it was solid, rock solid out of the box. And that is a very rare thing. So yeah, I wanted to add that as like actionable stuff because I don't know. Ever since my weird interactions with a PR company this week and a few others, like, well, if we look back to the Triforce, right? If we lose Twitter, well, okay, when Twitter dies and we lose Screenshot Saturday and things like that, people will scramble around to try and find a new equivalent. The hunger is already there. Someone's going to make a Screenshot Saturday for TikTok. Someone's going to make a variant for Blue Sky or Mastodon or what have you. But none of them will have the same draw as the previous one. What this means is, like, the work and effort that publishers and PR put into contacting, like, media and numpties like myself is going to become a lot more valuable. Like, basically, the death of Twitter means that the chance of winning lottery ticket has gone drastically up. Because Hookshot was saying, like, you know, editing TikToks is hard. Yeah, there's a chance that one of your TikToks will go viral, but unless you're doing it based around a personality or a theme, it's hard to build a following in that space, right? Harmonious, you can quote me on that one, because that is how I see myself in the fucking games industry now. Like, sitting at the back of the Yuna Buena Gardens in shade, covered in moss with my staff.
I think it's also important to note that publishers, like lots of big companies, doesn't actually want to sell people what they want to buy. They want people to buy what they want to sell. That framing explains a lot of
Yes! Yes! Holy fuck, yes. You know what, Fearless? Thank you. That's a wonderful way of putting it. And obviously, thank you for the bits. Oh yeah, and Hookshot, I'd love to get Chef to GDC next year. God. If one of you could just turn out to be a secret billionaire, we could just start like the best indie publishing company ever. It'd be great. Get everybody to GDC. LongCon could become a corporate event. It'd be great. All right, Swan. All right, you're working on it. All right. And Lance, I do agree that like standard media stuff at the moment is quite weak. Bigger houses like Disney are putting out movies that people forgot about. True. Apparently, the Dungeons and Dragons movie didn't do as expected, and I'm just like, how did that not happen? It's a great film, but that's another story. Oh. But no, I wanted to go back to what Fearless was saying, that when it comes to games publishers, they don't want to sell what people want to buy. They want people to buy what they want to sell. And when they sign titles, they're signing titles that fit that second part, not that first part. Perius, yes, you're right. You know what is going to do well? It's Barbie. The Barbenheimer phenomenon is brilliant, but you can't engineer that. And it's also, in kind of like an expectation standpoint, like, if Barbie had launched at a different time, just a few different like pieces left or right, and it would have been lost. It's worth thinking about how the virality of a singular moment shouldn't be the dictator of like baseline quality. Lance, I mean, it's feckin' both, right? Like, the fact that it is a good film and it's having this Doom Eternal, Animal Crossing style, like, Barbenheimer scenario. But the thing is, you can't engineer a Barbenheimer, because authenticity in this kind of situation is absolutely key. Like, Oppenheimer is so ridiculously po-faced, and Barbie is such the antithesis of that. But both are apparently very good films. One is about how fucking scary nuclear weapons is, and the other is about, you know, a children's toy, but the very existence of the person. You know, I saw a lot of Oppenheimer memes before the Barbenheimer thing came together. My personal favorite being the Wappenheimer, a fake Burger King commercial. Obliterate your hunger with the Wappenheimer. You know, being a parody of how like movie tie-ins are so ridiculous. And Biggs, Watto, and welcome. Lance, again, I think a Barbenheimer can exist in digital tribalism. In the same way that, like, You're the Man Now dog went everywhere beyond not Old Man Murray, but, yeah. You're the Man Now dog went everywhere by being a meme in a space outwards. Okay, Handlebar, but that only works because it has a really good meme to it. Saw and Paw Patrol running concurrently. So the next big thing being Saw Patrol. Look, I'm just saying, ACAB also means Paw Patrol. Just saying. Oh, God. Biggs, how are you doing? How is my totally original, totally didn't have to be remade in a vat sniper doing? Oh, you went through 3 wills? Fuck! Sorry, friends. Biggs is doing a Xenonauts 2 playthrough. Saw Patrol is the next Facebook meme among millennial parents. Paw Patrol, as I call them, class traitors. I mean, except for the firefighter. Anyway, bringing it back. We're going to be seeing things getting very strange and weird, even more so. And it's going to be a long time before what ends up being like the mimetic breeding ground becomes next. The death of Twitter will be the loss of a big chunk of like interconnected tissue on the internet. But that doesn't mean that memes won't pop up and have enough power to spread beyond their spaces. It just means that even more so than before, you cannot guarantee how that engagement's going to go down. Sympathy for the Ninja Turtles. Feck. Oh, Biggs, that's fucking cool. Yeah, sorry about that. I ended up being very, very productive last night. Angel, I'm with you. I don't want any more strange and weird. Like, never in the history of a divorced man have I been waiting for them to say psych as much as I have with this whole Twitter fucking bollocks. I know it's not going to happen, but I'm just sitting here saying, please say psych. Please say psych. It's just... Ugh. Twitter wouldn't have taken much. It wouldn't have taken much to get that making money. It wouldn't have taken much. And now it's... I wouldn't have taken much. Yeah, he literally named his new service after his exes. So divorced. Never has one man been so divorced in the history of marriage. Yeah, no, Biggs, I've been joking about that online, but yeah, you know, the American government being like, yeah, we might have alien bodies, we might have met aliens, and we're all just like, cool. It's not even the weirdest shit I've dealt with this week. No, Handlebar, I'm gonna bring the Twitter conversation to a close, because the thing is, you're not wrong. And because of situations like that, advertisers are pulling out of Twitter, which means it makes less money, which means it won't have the funds to pull out from this fucking insane spiral. Like, we talked about this before, but in the Expanse, they call this the Cascade. The Cascade is a term that our good buddy Amos, not Amos, but Amos, throws around. And it basically means that a space station is dead, but it's still habitable, but the systems are falling down. It's like backup systems on backup systems. That there won't be anything able to sustain it, and then as the backups fail, the system is going to die. So while it seems like it's still running, it cannot come back, and we're in that space. Oh, okay, Phyllis. In the books, it's Prax who calls that the system collapse. Yeah, the Cascade. And that's where Twitter is. Okay, I've had my 10 minutes. Thank you for letting me rant. Thank you for letting me rant. It's been on my mind a lot because, you know, I'm consulting for this indie company, and, you know, they've brought me on retainer, and it's like, you know, the first task was, as I'm sure you're aware, it's like, get everything together, you know, get all the social media ducks in a row and things like that. And then it's like, you know, start working on announcement strategy, social media strategy, stuff like that. And I'm just like, what the fuck even is social media right now? It's fucking Lord of the Flies out there, people. You know? And with more, yeah, it's the fire sale and everything must go. Hello. Okay. I mean it. I've had my 10 minutes. I don't want to bring you all down because I'm a big worrywart. So friends, Longshipians, Miscreants, I guess I want to chat with you all for a little bit longer before we get started, but today we are going to be playing Partum Artifex. Now, I'm going to be posting to the Steam link. If any of you do decide to pick this game up, please leave a positive review. All right. This was made by Chef. Now, Chef, I believe it was yourself plus contractors, right? But this is an independently released title. It is a horror puzzle game, and it has a lot more weight and caliber than things like Layers of Fear, for example. We're going to be getting into this today. So Chef says it's them plus one contractor, all right? From the maker of Great Stairs. I know that's not what you meant, Lance, but I love that as an introduction. Now, if you want to avoid spoopy horror, if that's not your vibe for today, I completely understand. But if you want to help out, Chef, please throw it on a wish list. Or if you get the chance, pick up a copy for yourself. It's $10. I don't know how spoopy this is going to get. I don't know the spoops to puzzle ratio, but I'm very intrigued to find out. I ran the title earlier just to make sure it was working, and it starts with begin your artistic career, or instead of quit, it says give up on being an artist, and I was like, damn, Chef! You don't have to call me out like this, fuck! I'm not going to be doing spooky alerts today, but just because I don't want to scream away Chef's good work. So I'm going to chat with you all for a little bit longer because I understand like some of you are going to be like not feeling the horror, and that's okay. But you know, I do want to say like I'm really glad we're doing this. Hookshot threw $25 at my dumb face, but to be perfectly honest, I just needed to be reminded that this existed, because, you know, I'm one person, I don't sleep enough, and I'm currently going through rampant alcoholism, so my memory is very spotty, and even though I keep a master list of all the games that I want to show you all, that list is out of date and fecking massive. Oh. So I just want to say, like, I mean, Hookshot, thank you for throwing cash money dollars at my dumb self. Thank you for reminding me that this existed. However, as Hookshot did not work on this, this is not a sponsored or branded content event. I do want to say, if you are working on any video games, if there is anything you've got in the pipeline or have released, please talk to me about it. You know, I keep telling people, I can't help your streaming career, but I can help your video game, and you know I will. So yeah. Hey, Swan Dragon, have a lovely rest of your day, alright? Hookshot says that money was for unrelated drugs, like caffeine and weed. Angel Cleaner was saying that they wish they could feel horror without feeling horror. Yeah. Although actually, let me flex myself a little bit. The last of the DreadX collection stuff that I was involved with, the theme was spooky cute. So horror thematics, but in a more kind of like passable vibe. I played a fractured piece of alien consciousness.
Who wants to sing?
Hey! Verdflow, how are you doing? And thank you kindly. From House Carl to House Y'all. Oh, I'm sorry, I was really reaching there. That wasn't good. But yeah, you know, I've said this multiple times that I wish I had the reach of like a proper kingmaker. I wish I could just wave a wand over your games friends and have them sell like 100,000 copies. Gone are the days. But I'm glad that we get to go through all this, so... Oh, don't. Hey, Manners, I actually DM'd a friend, God, end of last year, beginning of this year. And in my defense, I was drunk. But I was like, look, you've got the money, let's publish video games, let's do this. And I'm very grateful that that friend said no and politely explained why. And I was like, you know what, that's fair. You know, my problem is I'm still, despite understanding how the games industry works and the interconnectedness of the business, I'm still an idealist. I still believe that we should be able to take interesting, fascinating, and different indie games and bring them forward and make money doing it. Hey! Oh, Chef, that's fucking kind of you. Oh, and that's a Prime one, which means you stole money from Jeffrey Bezos and gave it to me. It's only $2, but it's now $2 less that Jeffy B has. Hemmano says curation and money walk separate paths. Or do they? I mean, Hemmano, it's one of those things where I'd need to find such a ridiculous angel investor, because it's one of those things that I know is going to work, but it runs counter to all the current philosophies of games publishing, right? There's a couple of people that I'm talking to that have some philosophies that do align with what I want to do, but they're still years out of being able to set up their operation. So I just find myself kind of sitting there and being like, oh, well, Angel Kalina, that would be lovely. I'll use my cut to help more art. I was joking with a friend today, and they were talking about how it doesn't matter how vehemently anti-hunting someone is. They'd certainly change their tune if the thing being hunted was billionaires. And I was like, fuck, that's good. I love the idea of at any point if a person's personal assets reach $1 billion, they have 24 hours to divvy it away. Because if they don't, they become valid for hunting for sport. And with more, I know it's just I keep bumping up against the realities of game development. Games publishing, and it's hard and it's frustrating. You know, I was talking to a friend the other night, and we were talking about like micro publishing stuff, and I was saying like it infuriates me because there are certain games that they only need a bit of cash and some love to get across the finish line, like $20,000. To you or I, $20,000 is a fuck ton of money. In games publishing, even like indie micro publishing, $20,000 is like, nah, it's too small to be worth the potential risk and the amount of time it would take to divvy out. And it states that the person asking doesn't know what they're talking about. Because most of the time, if someone asks for that little money, they've not spec'd all the things into consideration. Or, you know, they drastically underestimate how many people they're going to need to finish the project and stuff like that. And I'm just like, ugh. No, it's because these people have made games multiple times, and they're very good at what they produce. And they know. And I can't fault the publishers, because that's sensible business that they're doing. But I can see it. I can see these great experiences. And I genuinely believe that building a stable of titles that are super creative and super affordable, and creating this excellent back catalogue of people going, wow, that is excellent and weird. I think that is a strong way to build a publishing brand. You know? no, I'm the crazy one. Pay people what they're worth to make weird shit. Oh, Will, how have you gone so far off the deep end? I know. But there are loads of ways to do it in the current market. It's just, they require a fuck ton of money up front. So Chef says that they had a publisher behind stairs. We got a whopping 30k to split between 7 people and gear. It gave us 2 more months to develop the game together before everything had to move back to parents. There's a reason why the ending is bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I mean, and Hookshot's right. Asking for 150k as minimum that's the smart business. And Chef, again, I'm sorry you went through that, friend. Anyway, I'm not going to give up on my idealism. Yeah. I mean, Lance, that's what I'd love to see. In fact, actually, both, at varying points, both EA and Ubisoft have had, like, micro-publishing labels. EA funded Grow Home and Grow Home 2. And there's a handful of strange little titles they did like that, but they quietly stopped that program ages back. You know, Ubisoft published games like Wild Hearts, which is a hand-drawn Metal Slug-like game about the actual horrors and emotional impact of World War I. Like, fuck yeah! But again, you get big operations like Ubisoft, and they have those big sit-around-the-table investor meetings, and they're like, yo, we're spending all this money over here, and that's not making us $1 squillion. It's only making us a bit of $1 squillion. Why don't we just throw those away and have more things that make squillions of dollars? Not understanding that there is a capacity for art. You can't have every game have FIFA Ultimate fucking Team in it! No! Will doesn't know what he's talking about! Sorry. R&D in video game spaces is always something that's talked about, and very few teams actually act on it. But there we go. Oh, okay. Let me write up for as long as Twitter and the others are still standing. Let me get some nice images. Oh, I like that one. It's Partum Artifex, but it's painted on a canvas. So, today, friends, we're going to be playing Partum Artifex, which I probably mispronounced every time I've said it. This is a spoopy game based around the struggles of the struggles of an artist and the struggles to create, at least so far as I understand. I have not played through this, but it is safe to assume that this is going to be spoopy and full of puzzles. If you are not feeling spoopy, I completely understand. If you want to tap out, I'll take no offense, but I'm really looking forward to sharing this with you all. I forgot everything I was about to say with my face. Don't drink wine late night, kids. It's bad for you. Oh, jumping back. No, Angel Kalina. I'm. You know that's smart. I know that's smart. It is better to have like 50 titles that sell a little bit month in, month out than trying to bump out one title that sells every copy and then sells a million squillion like FIFA Ultimate cards. Like, that's how a larger portion of like PC staples end up happening. But then those teams end up growing ridiculously because they think that's what everybody wants. And then suddenly all these back titles have to make money. Like, I wonder what would have happened if Night Dive hadn't gone into games publishing at the same time as well. Nah. No, Angel Cleaner, you're entirely fine. I was getting completely distracted by my own nonsense. I just want to get this this social media post out before we start getting spoopy. And friends, if you do hear something that sounds like the crack of Thor's hammer, Fiona's got the Doomslayer out again.
And now for my next number, I'd like to return to the classics.
Yeah, look at me actually writing a social media post like a real guy. He's just a guy. Sorry, jumping back in, Edran was saying that the biggest disservice ever was making papers of incorporation have language requiring maximized profit or over... Yeah. It's ridiculous, but... And Hetmana says that I have this lingering feeling a significant proportion of indies need more visibility than money. Very yes. Any indie publisher could start the curator's work. Little to no financing, just build a marketing strategy around indie titles, build a fan base. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that puts you more into like a PR marketing agency, and those are hard to build without a personality. And so far, most of the personalities in that space aren't great at it. I mean, okay, currently the two moving into that space, we've got Dunkey, and we've got OTK, One True King. Whether Dunkey succeeds or fails, I don't know. But currently they're publishing a very, very safe indie title as their first one. So, I mean, it looks interesting. Looks like something I'd show you lot. But, and OTK haven't announced any titles. But if their work is anything like their live stream around Summer Games Fest, it's gonna be a fucking disaster. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so bitter. I got no beef with the OTK group. It's just, of everyone in Summer Games Fest, they did the poorest. And it was really hard to see a group of streamers fumble the ball that hard. Like, I can't help but empathize, you know? And the strange thing being Hetmanas is, like, people... Air Dragon, do they have one game in the pipeline? I could have missed it. But no, Hetmanas... just helping publish and... Sorry, just helping promote indie games does work for a handful of people. The problem is, like, those people need to look to their audience, right? So, someone was talking about how Splattercat Gaming was the lightning strike point for Vampire Survivors. But if you look at it from Splattercat's perspective, their goal is coverage day in, day out. Like, people watching their videos, people donating, people... I don't know what Splattercats eat, but throwing in that. So their reach will eventually have limits. Unless... See, here's the thing. If the person becomes a large enough celebrity or personality like a Markiplier, they can cover any game and their viewership will still watch. But at that point, the viewership is not looking to those people to influence what they pick up and inspire. The game is just a vehicle for entertainment. Like, we saw this during Alien Isolation, that, like, there were some huge individuals that played the game, like, at launch, and had little to no effect on sales. Because Their audience didn't give a hot fuck about, like, oh shit, you know, trying to say something that doesn't involve wanky or ball bag. Apparently that's where my brain is today. Great. Thanks, brain. But, you know, Floppy Limp Arms, the successful YouTuber, plays something like Alien Isolation. The users just want to see him get scared. And they do, but there's no translation. And now, Chef, I do agree that the whole OTK strategy is a brand that they're trying to sell as a whole. And again, like, no hate for that one. It's just their presentation in Summer Games Fest was bad, and they were the only team involved in Summer Games Fest, like, formally, that didn't have a Steam page, like, click-through. Meaning that, unlike every other presentation, which after you watched it, you could just go on Steam and be like, oh, here's every game we announced. Wishlist, 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 wishlist. They didn't have that. And they were the only people that affect that. I mean, Fearless, it does... Fairy Dust does resurrect. What am I doing? I'm trying to tell people about this video game! Alright. Annoyingly, I don't think Blue Sky has a... I don't think Blue Sky has a... mobile... desktop app, so I've got to be all... I'm so behind on so many things. Sorry, I'm supposed to... Well, assuming it still happens, I'm supposed to be getting some ink on Sunday from a friend, which I'm really looking forward to. But I also haven't checked in with them or sent them what I would like. I'm supposed to be going for Digi-Drinks with a friend tonight. I have not checked in with them on that one. There's loads of people waiting for stuff from me. Just remember me as I was. Remember me as I was. Yeah, you're right, Fred. I'm just helping that tattooist practice their telepathy. All right, let's get to the title screen, at very least. So you all can get some flavor and some vibes, and I can adjust the audio whilst I'm doing this. Just in case you miss it, this game contains a few loud noises and flashing lights. So brace yourselves! Alright, let me just adjust the audio, subtitles on. Just bring the master down a little bit. That should be okay. There we go. Fred, I don't know if you saw the post in Discord, and sorry if you already knew about it, but... the Legend of the Five Rings single-player game apparently focuses on the Crab Clan. Rilu, I made a joke earlier today about the prevalence of links... about articles written specifically to generate click-throughs to help with like ad revenue on sites, and for some reason, I guess because I'm playing too much Tears of the Kingdom, the first thing that sprung into my head was, you know, top 10 facts about Link's ball bag, and apparently the Longship took this joke and have run with it. So yeah, staying up late and drinking is bad. Second euro. Okay. Friends, miscreants, and wonderful villains. We're going to be getting started in just a second. So, again, if any of you aren't feeling the spooks, I completely understand. I take no offense. Tomorrow will be Sea of Thieves. And on Saturday, we are doing Longship only Fall Guys. We are doing the Falling of the Numpties. So if you'd like to join us, just get Fall Guys installed because it's free, and we'll be playing that. To Withmore, lovely to make your acquaintance. I don't know if we've met in the real before, but yeah. Usually, I talk about the video games industry and things with a little bit more clarity. Gender, villain. Entirely valid. Chef says, could I suggest you read the little backstory bit on Steam? Okay. Is there... VSync, thank you. Sadly, there isn't a... Let's see if full screen window does it. No, sorry, it sadly loses the audio. So where's the little... Ooh, do you mean the invite here? Oh, well, with more, then it's lovely to re-meet you. Oh, then Orion Pirate, this shall not disappoint. Okay. Dear art aficionado, this is an invitation to one of the most exclusive and imaginative art displays. Not only is it an invitation, but also an opportunity to show off your own creations as an artist. Come, join us, and be part of the creation of something astonishing. Help us redefine and explore the concept of art. While this might understandably turn you a bit skeptical, just know that we've done a great amount of research and handpicked only a few individuals that fit our distinct criteria. You are one of those lucky few. Think about it for a moment. What do you actually have to lose? This is an opportunity for you to immortalize yourself among others in the world of art. The last chance to get out of your dreadful life and be part of something bigger. With love and respect, that is as foreboding as Wesker's sunglasses. Not gonna lie, that's pretty spoopy. Alright. Oh, hang on. Controller support? It's not cold. Or is this just mouse and keyboard? And Sturdy Kiwi, Watto and welcome. Okay, no, Swedish Chef, it is nay worry. I use a controller just to help with motion smoothing. Hey, look, this isn't my house, all right? If this ends up being a cult, that has nothing to do with me. Art cult. This is not a cult. This is a creepy house. Okay, so friends, without further ado, only after an hour and a half of waffling, it is my extensive pleasure to introduce you all to Partum Artifex. Shall we begin the creative process? It's not a cult. The Koala Games presents Jalopy 2 Return to Winnebago. This is fine. This is fine. Sturdy kiwi. It's not a coal. It's not a coal. Drive up to this sinister house, blaring "Living on a Prayer" out of my car stereo. Okay. Alright, let's get this all set up. I said, shut that front door. Try and keep the movement as smooth as I can. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa! I gotta say, alongside Ethan Winters and his mysterious invite, I'm sure it's fine if we go to the cabin squad. There's the door. Let's not check that. Here we go. Follow the light, baby. Ah, hookshot. That's way funnier. Oh, halfway there. Whoa. Lost my Lego in that lair. The dirt cellar. It's good dirt. Once again, friends, I am using humor as a coping mechanism. As it? Where? Ooh, the fancy china. Okay. Oh, new entry in the journal. There was a fuse box in the dirt cellar, missing a fuse. Beef stew. And millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Ooh. Got the good olive oil. I'm not even making a joke about that. Olive oil's amazing. I haven't had it in a while, but one of my gaming snacks used to be getting a big old loaf of like tiger bread, some olive oil, balsamic vinegar, a little bit of like good rock salt, and just dunk and eat. I think during a Mass Effect session, I once ate 2 loaves of bread, pooping like a demon. I will say the amount of dirt in the dirt cellar was not as much as I was hoping for, but can't win them all. Sorry, I use humor as a coping mechanism. So please don't think that I'm snarking. Oh, Kaolu says can't verify, but I know somebody who does shots of olive oil as part of a diet. That does work. It does result in a lot of pooping. Okay, so we've got a side house here. Welcome. That seems bad. But let's check it out anyway. This is pretty cozy. I mean, it's a rampant fire hazard with all the candles, but it seems pretty cozy. Ooh. Evacuation quote. After all our examination of your dirt cellar... Oh my. An excavation of the area would be a challenging job, but it would also be reflected in the pricing. Seeing as most of the area around your property is old swamp, the risk of water flooding during the work would require many pumps. Depending on when the work would be done during the year, it would also have to make proper precautions regarding the humidity of the tunnels, the workers' safety. Estimated. Hey!
All right, Will. You know what time it is. You are loved. You are cherished. You are important. You may be a mess, but you're our mess. We care about you.
I would say that I'm a disaster incarnate, but Lost Flowers, thank you kindly. I can yo. Thank you. We've just started Partum Artifex. We're just exploring the area around the place we're supposed to go. And apparently, they only got quoted like $250 to $300 for building some spooky tunnels. Too much wholesome for this horror. Nah, that's the 1-2 punch. Get you with the wholesome, and then BAM! Horror time. Disaster? I hardly know her. Get out. And then please come back. Thank you for thinking about choosing Birch Excavations as a potential partner for you. A little note. Dear Birch Excavations, fuck you and your lie-filled quote for that job. No, I'm going to read that in the... Dear Birch Excavations, fuck you and your lie-filled quote for that kind of job. This land is mainly granite and various rocks. I've done some digging myself, and it sure as hell didn't see any water, so I'm going to kindly decline your shit offer and do this job myself for 1/10 of the price. Eat farts with a spoon. Signed, Spooky Landowner. Also, I'm going to dig my own tunnels for 1/10 of the price. That's some great last words right there. Although Air Dragon's saying those are actually really good prices. It should be closer to like 850. Air Dragon, it's fine. In the Longship we have a plethora of different knowledge bases. Ugh. House model's gorgeous. Alright, we can't get in through the back. I mean, Jam, if the person dies doing it, then I guess technically it's free. Oh! Okay. We don't have a torch. I don't see any rocks to look under. Oh, look at that! Fucking volumetric lighting. Yes! I'm really excited about lovely visual effects! I don't know, Bird and Flow, it's if they die, you have to pay. If you die, it's free. Alright. So I don't think this was the place we worked out. Oh, sure, it's just, let's check the fancy shed. Ah. Yeah, with more, it's a self-solving problem. Dice Goddess, I'm there with you. That's actually one of the reasons why I've not been sprinting everywhere, is because that... I don't know. This summer's going to be real warm, so I'm enjoying the fantasy of being in a cool forest. Crunchy leaves underfoot. Just hang out here. Sit in the gazebo. More like the gazebo. I don't know why I'm like this, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, so we checked... okay, yeah, this was the bit where he said fuck you to the dirt cellar. Alright, so let's head to the dirt cellar. I guess I was kind of slightly ahead of the curve puzzle-wise. Oh, Sturdy Kiwi, I would love some cold rain. We had one day over here where the heat broke and we got some proper good rain. It was lovely. Is it still breaking and entering if you're invited? Check to see if I need to lock doors. Lyris asks if anyone else goes out of their way to step on crunchy leaves. I certainly do. Although I don't kick piles of leaves anymore. As satisfying as it is as an autumn activity, I once got the unfriendly edge of a rock for that one. It didn't break anything. It was just it was an unkind surprise. Okay. So let's check out this. Excuse me. Okay. Oh yes, Chef. I will ask. Sorry. The chortle there was. There's this whole thing on TikTok at the moment of people making like simple things in the kitchen and pretending like it's the bear. Behind! Yes, Chef! Alright, I have no items in inventory. I've got the excavational quote. There's a fuse box in the cellar that is missing a fuse. Okay. I get distracted by looking at assets. That's my problem. Especially in games like this. Okay. Missing something so far. Oh, hopefully I haven't broken anything yet. Okay. I tell you what, Chef, just because I'm hungover to absolute balls, do you want to give us a quick little pointer just to get us underway? Because obviously I need to find this fucking fuse, and I'm being a stupid about it. Okay, there's another porch part I haven't looked into. Thank you. Right-hand side of the house. Ah! There we go. The other thing I did want to say, friends, is as we're getting through this, is that if any of you are looking to play this yourself specifically, and want to go through the puzzles by yourself, I completely understand. Just let me know. And that way, if you pick up the thing, you can tell Chef, and Chef can be like, oh, cool, you bought my video game. That's fucking rad. Alright. We're in.
Welcome. I apologize so much for this inconvenient way of entering the house, but don't worry. It's all part of the evening's plans. It is basically to set the scene for what is to come. The display of the main art attraction is located in the sunroom, just to the left as you leave this room. We'll get started as you get there. Again, welcome. It is an honor to have you here. Please, enjoy your stay.
Oh, we are fucked. Ooh. High quality shiny assets. Absolute fire hazard. And the succulent to friendship. I swear, I am never getting an Airbnb with you lot ever again. This always happens! Huh. It's a picture of a table inside our own... Inside the... Oh, okay. This is the rule. The wall... The rule wall. Okay. Rule 1, don't go into the basement. Rule 2, have fun and draw. And I like Rule 2 and I don't like Rule 1. Rule 3, don't talk about your parents. Way ahead of you. Rule 4, no food in bed. You're not my dad! Ah, shit, I broke Rule 3 and Rule 4. Rule 5, wash your hands after using the bucket. Why? What's in the bucket? Rule 6, no knocking. Rule 7, Mom and Dad are bad people. What did we just say about Rule 3? Fucking rule wall. Rule 8, they hated you. I don't. You're breaking Rule 3 repeatedly. Rule 9, don't use the phone again. But that means you can use it once. Rule 10, be quiet. No screaming. I cannot follow that rule. Rule 11, art is the only way forward. I kind of like that. If it wasn't scribbled on the wall full of haunting threats, art is the only way forward. I think it's a good mantra to live by. Kind of like, you know, make art. Rule 12, we will teach the world together. Teach them what? Rule 13, this world is sick. You are sick. Okay, yes and yes, but you don't have to fucking call me out for it. That's not a rule. That's how I live. Rule 14, don't touch your clock. Rule 5, we are nothing but filth. Okay, that line is all about how you deliver it. Like, you know, if you go all Gendo Ikari on it, it's like, you are nothing but filth. Sorry, we are nothing but filth. Or, you can take like a happy upbeat bounty to be like, we are nothing but filth. You know, if you go all full, like, drag on it, then it gets real fun. Kaolu, we are nothing but filth. There's also a great Nine Inch Nails line, which I can't do an impression of. Rule 16, speak only when asked. That's not happening. We are nothing but filth, tee-hee, said the pirate. See, there we go. Oh, man, telly's busted. Alright, so what have we got in here? Basement, that's locked.
This.
Oh!
This is it. Well, it's not complete. And that is the main reason why I invited you here. I want you to complete it, finish it, together with me. I've waited so long for this to happen, and it's so close now.
Oh, God.
So very close.
He's an idea guy!
It's simple. 5 empty easels waiting to be used. I simply want you to find the right, astonishing, beautiful art pieces and put them back in the right order. The sad part is that you can't leave the property. I've got eyes and ears in the woods, so don't try anything cowardly such as running away from this creation, for it will be the end of you. I promise you this will be fun.
That's what everybody
so
says!
Please, be part of the creation.
I really want to make a large-scale MMO using the Naruto license. And I just need you to do all the programming and create all the assets. But I've got great ideas. House Flipper Horror Edition. Partum Artifex. Nick, why are you like this? Oh, Jam says, how would you read 15 if it was followed by 14? Don't touch your clock, for we are nothing but filth. It sounds like we're talking about masturbation! And again, Chef, this is really well laid out. I'm using humor to go. Alright. Someone keeps breaking Rule 4 all the time. Alright, so, be part of the creation! I need the paintings to be put back in order. See, this is a big art piece, a collection. The centerpiece of my creations and the reason why people should care. Monsters are among us! And no imaginary ones either. No, people like me, my father and mother, are all around the world, spreading like pests and care nothing but filling the void inside themselves. Wow. We are real, and no creature of fantasy or imagination can top the nightmares that we can leave behind. I beg to differ, but that's another story. This is my way of making sure people will open their eyes. People like me should not be able to roam free. If the safety nets actually worked, none of this would have been a thing. People would not have gone missing. People would not have suffered. People would not have perished for no reason other than for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So now I ask you to put together this collection in order and be aware of the red herring. It's going to be an actual red herring. Okay, so these are the descriptors of the different pieces. So first up, we've got finally free. Born in the desperation to escape the torture this man held me under for so many years, there was but one chance to break out of the circle of pain, which is a House of Pain tribute band. At night, my careful steps made me feel like I was flying towards the bedroom where the beast slept. A single sound could be heard as I plunged the knife into his throat. It was messy and unprofessional and chaotic, but a first step nonetheless. I was finally free from the agony. Second piece, turns out, wasn't. And screams to remember. It's like Hardy Boys Adventures. Okay. Oh, sorry, with more. Never mind the dead fish behind the curtain. And Nick was saying that back when this was a Game Jam game, there was something delightfully sinister to the American ear to the way Frederick delivers those lines with an accent. Indeed, it's got that slightly unplaceable, uncanny accent. Like, okay, I know it wasn't good, but I often think about the initial antagonist from Code Veronica, and that absolutely ridiculous voice, and how it's so impossible. Now again, I'm not saying that, anyone needs to emulate the "I shall aim at you with a sniper rifle and miss!" But taking a vocal performance so far out of the realms of acceptable, God, it's just fascinating. Anyway, yeah, sorry. The snow fell gently from the sky, slowly covering the ground in white. Out in the middle of nowhere, I had an errand to run. I was late. The delivery was my final chance to redeem myself from previous mistakes. The vehicle went around the corner and my feelings went from stress to emptiness. As the car made two loud bumping noises, I realized it was already too late. Two people laid in front of me, screaming, crawling towards me with their legs broken. They were unlucky. All emotions were drained from my soul, and it left an empty husk inside. I walked back into my car and ran them over again and again until no more crying could be heard. Only then did I feel something. All along the while I was listening to the seminal works of "Move, bitch, get out the way." Here was the one. Deep breaths, slow breaths, painful breaths. The shakes are violent, the tremors in an earthquake as they cease, our eyes meet. For the first time I questioned my actions. I was the only one who understood me. The one person in this world who could make me talk without feeling like a monster. His body goes limp in my hands, hurt from the grasp of his throat. The eyes, those once beautiful eyes, suddenly turned to something grotesque, and I saw my reflection in them. The ugly grin stared back. Making my way downtown, driving fast. Holy shit, there's the Hendersons. Bumper-to-bumper-to-bump. I'm sorry. Chef, the atmosphere in this is so well put together, and I apologize in bringing this mimetic nonsense in. The dance of agony. Screams. Always with the screams. Why can't they face the fact that it's about to end? Man is pleading for his life from his new metal home. Looking down at him, that feeling comes rushing in again. I am in control. His screams become muffled as I slam the heavy metal lid shut. It's alright, he's got a few casts of the good wine in there. He'll be alright. True despair escapes his throat as darkness washes over him. But not for long as I turn on the valve and the flames rush in. Such a beautiful display of dance and song, the most grotesque form. Hey, Sturdy, let no one say that I half-arse it. And last but never least, being reborn. The lake was more peaceful than I could ever imagine, and its beauty struck something inside me. The urge to capture this moment somehow, like with a brush or an Instagram filter. Sorry. Those days past of pain and torture washed over me as I realized the best course of action, art. I could go back and see if I could manage to create again. I took a final look at the lake to make sure the bubbles had finally stopped. I was finally happy. Look, okay, I know rule 1 was don't go into the basement, but rule 3 was don't talk about parents. And somebody has been talking about parents this whole bloody time. Okay. So in here we have the bay room. Ooh, can go into the bay room. Oh, and just quickly, outside, listen, you're allowed to leave the house. In fact, you're encouraged to. Be a good artist and explore this wonderful property. However, leaving the property will turn into your execution, and I don't want that. Oh, we are super dead. I'm kind of tempted to... hang on, do we have manual saves? No, we have manual loads. I'm partially tempted to do a clock tower and just make a sprint for the outside. Well, what do you reckon, Chef? Is it worth exploring that before we go into I don't know, Casa de Photo? Bad ending speedrun. Withmore is correct. Whoever did these gorgeous burnt wood... oh, it's Playroom, not Bayroom. Yeah, whoever did these wonderful little titles is the true artist. Chef says, I would say you would be disappointed. Okay, it's no worry.
While photography isn't really an
God!
art form that I enjoy, there is still a fascinating area of photography history that I do give them credit for. Post-mortem photography.
No, you mean post...
The idea that you want to keep a memory of a loved one after its passing and make sure that the empty corpse looks as close to alive as possible is quite frankly compelling, to say the least.
Well... Okay, so we have the eyes. Oh, interestingly, the photos are all numbered. Now, is it the same number per photo? Yes. 4, 6, 3... Baby. 2... Oh, and 1. Oh, and apparently our character can play. No physics on the pool table. 0 out of 10 review. Chef says, I think that is a nod to one of Frederick's first games that he worked on. Okay. And of course, by Frederick, we do mean Sir Frederick Durst, of Frederick Durst Fridays. Do you know he packs a chainsaw? Fuck. I don't know why I am just being full-on silly buggers today. It is not intentional. And I know as soon as the spoops start, it's going to hit me like a brick. Okay. Be part of the vision! Because the Victorian-era cameras took so long to develop each photo, the actors in frame would have to stay still for a very long duration of time. Because of this, it was usually very easy to spot the deceased person in the family photo, as it would have perfect sharpness while the rest would be slightly blurry. Stand still in the right spot and your focus will become clear. You might want to come back here a little bit later, see the right angle through another lens, shine some light on the problem at hand. Be part of the vision. Okay. Okay, so this is like the cheese of truth puzzle. Sorry, I never learnt the correct term. I don't know if Relu is still hanging out in some of the more puzzle-centric. But basically, those old code crackers you used to get where you'd put like a punch card over a wall of text and it would show you like the hidden message. However, there's a whole thing on feckin' TikTok again, which is the cheese of truth, where you slap down cheese on a book. And that's wormed its way into my conscious brain as the correct way to describe that. I'm sure there is a proper name for that punch card kind of cipher. I can't remember it. No. Let's go this way. No flickering lights this way. Don't you PT me. Shawl corner. Dark web streamer. I feel rather called out. Mannequin. Hessler storage. Cottage cartridge collection. And Project Nightlight. Ooh. I think I saw Project Nightlight play live. The Carter family story. Dolls of art. The Carter family was just like any other family. A loving mother, a supporting father, and a cheerful little child. However, these are only the observations from those outside, looking at the facade. Jesus. The facade of a crumbling house, and then a big old block of whee! After the deed was done, the knife was dropped in front of the father's favourite reading spot, and it rested on the floor, pointing towards the murderer as the child bled out on the floor. Okay. Oh, so we need to find where the father's favourite reading spot was. And then reconstruct this. Okay. Home sweet home. Materials used. Dollhouse and furniture. Electrical wires, LED lamps, and magnets. So cheerful. I'm gonna stick to Gandams. No. No thumping, no bumping. Sweet Calvin. Calvin was a good kid. First time I saw those eyes, I noticed that he was meant to be something more. More than a vessel for my message, but a prophet. A sapling ready to grow a new family tree to spread its roots in this godforsaken world and rid all of the unfairness that the system has caused us. When I noticed my vision was all but a mirage, all I could see was red, feel red, smell red, create red. Made sure it was quick. It was awfully sticky afterwards. I'm very glad we can't go into the sticky room. With more! Oh my word. So one thing that I commented on, at least from my external observations, I'm happy to be... Oh. Fuck you. light source to be able to continue down there. It was a theory that I had before we started playing this, and it's nice to be right, which is this is very much more of that like point-and-click exploration through a spooky home. Like, we've talked about this a lot and how, the whole genre of survival horror was grown from point-and-click adventures. And, as an FYI, again, Clock Tower, which is a title I've told you all about multiple times, is getting a re-release. And it's interesting to see the pieces of the puzzle cascade being laid out through exploration. I think that's a really good way to start this kind of experience. Anyway, so the poem of two armies. So there are two armies lined up, ready to fire their arrows. One side painted their feathers in azure, the others in blood. The first player cast Wah Deployment and managed to put 3 squads of da boys behind the other person's front line. 'Twas a massacre. In honor, they took turns to fire at each other to show who had the best archers. As the fight went back and forth, the sons fell first, the fathers thereafter, and the last one standing was the old king. Wag said a final goodbye, he mumbled as his legs gave way, his chest filled with blood-covered arrows. And that's the office. That is going to ring, and it's going to cause me to scream. Yo, does anyone know how to do dart scoring? Hang on, let me get the puzzle notebook. Usually reserved for the Black Watchman, but I think we might need it today. Oh, yes, Lyris. It's don't use the phone again. Yeah. Well, so with more... That's one of the things that I think is fascinating, is how, like, Resident Evil's puzzle structure is based on the point-and-click, rub object against object until solve. But because of the respawning enemies and the challenge, like, the risk of going from A to B adds a sense of tension. Oh, there's a lock on the office door. Oh, sorry. I'll recheck that in a second. Okay. So does anyone know how to do dart scoring? Because I want to work out what red... I don't think any of them are in doubles. So that red would be, what, 18, 2. So that's 20. And 7. So red 27. And blue would be 8, 9. So 17. And 13. Must be 30. Unless my math is off. Oh, excuse me. Because by my understanding, it's the middle sections that count as double, and then the bullseye is something. But the chunky sections intermediary, those are just solid numbers, right? Right? Where my dart people at? Anyway, we can come back to the dartboard. But yeah, so with more Resident Evil adding things like okay, that wasn't it. I'll try 3027. Okay, so it's blue. It's definitely blue first, and then red, right? My math is wrong then. So it's blue, then red. So blue is 8 and 9, which is 17, plus 13, which is 30, right? Red is 18 and 2, which is 20, and then 7. 27, so it should be 3027. I'm sure I am missing something very, very obvious here, friends. Oh yeah, no, chef. Like, I'm down for this, and you know, especially considering how much time we've spent with titles like The Black Watchman and stuff like that. Hey, baby boy, you gonna help me solve puzzles? And he's away already. Okay. So Hemp. So the prompt is there are two sides. They take turn firing arrows at each other. One side painted in azure, and the other's in blood. So blue, then red. So they take turn. Blue first, then red. Now over here, we have our darts board. Oh, Orion! They took turns, intersperse the numbers, which would make for 3, 2, 0, 7. Yes! But yeah, so Chef, we finished up the first campaign of the Black Watchman recently, so we are hungry for puzzles. No, it's Ryan. That was a great guess, though. Okay. Yeah. So, Lyris, here's the board as it stands. Sadly, Hemanas, it wouldn't work one dart score at a time because the red. So there's like red 18 and blue 13, which would result in more more numbers than we have slots for. The red 7 doesn't appear to be in the red.
No, come on. Amos, come here. No. No, come here.
It's treats, Amos. It's treaties. Hemana says ignore the double digits then. Go 8, 2, 7, 9. It's not a bad shout. Eight, 2, 7, 9. Ah. I mean, Chef, I love playing games like this with a squad, and for this exact reason. Oh, Vernflow is a great idea. Let me pipe in my social security and bank number. Also, the pictures of this particular desk everywhere, very curious. Okay. The answer is 6969. Nice, nice, nice. When they said they took no... Oh, shit! We haven't done 0451. This is how we know if it's an immersive sim or not. Ah, beans. Sorry, Chef. Your application for immersive sim status has been revoked. Yeah, 0 out of 10. No 045 jokes. Chef, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have all the data. right? But Chef, by that logic, FIFA is the ultimate immersive sim. Alright, the blue's definitely in 13. Red's definitely in 18. Blue 9. And blue 8. And red is definitely in 7 and then in 2. Okay. Okay. So let's look at the rest of the puzzle. In honor, they took turns to fire at each other to show who was the best archers. As the fight went back and forth, the sons fell first, and the fathers thereafter, and the last one standing was the old king. Okay. Lyra's just saying that the wedges, the scoring, that the small ones in the inner section are worth 3, and the these tall ones out on the side are worth 2. Okay, what are we missing? What are we missing here? Jam says it's by age? Wait. So the smallest number... So we go low to high. So what, 2, 7, 8, 9? Sons, fathers, old king. Alright, take me through your... Because you've obviously connected something my brain is not matching up with. So it would. So Hemanas is saying 2, 8, 7, 9 because alternating colors. Two, 8, 7, 9. Ah, okay. We're on an interesting track now, all right? Kazale says, if red 1, is it red darts only? So 2, 7, 1, 8. So 2, 7, 18. Oh! Yes! Kazale, you fucking legend. Woo! See, that is why I love playing puzzle games with you lot. Alright, sorry, before I get overexcited, let's explore before we unveil. Oh, what was the thing? Don't mess with the clock? I'm so gonna mess with that clock. Hate that. I don't know if it came across. The binaural audio in this is really good. That was somebody walking around. The previous residents. Evicting the previous residents of this house was a tricky nut to crack. Well, I had to make sure that they all passed in a beautiful way. After days of planning, I only had a vague plan on what to do. It was important to me that they would never leave the property. After all, It is theirs, and they should be part of it. The question is not the question is not when or by what means. It's about where. That's why we're not allowed in the basement. Oh, so yeah, what key did we just get? We picked up the front door key. Oh, so back and front door. Okay. But that should allow us to come in at this place from a different angle. So that's cool. Gong! Probably need another piece for that one. Okay. Few books in the ilk strewn about, but nothing nothing drastic in here except the front door key. Okay. Oh! Withmore, I think that's... you might be onto something. That they're buried in the dirt tunnel, so they never left the property, so it's all about that filth. Oh, I don't like Spooky Corridor, and I'm not going down there. Also, I don't think we have enough information to solve this puzzle yet. Because, yeah, we need to find out where the father's favorite spot was, and then work out where the murder took place. After the father's deed was done, the knife was dropped in front of the father's favorite reading spot. It rested on the floor, pointing towards the murderer as the child bled out. We definitely need more. And we can't do this one just yet. Alright, well, I guess we pop on out the side and come back in through the front. Withmore, the favourite reading spot could be the chair by the bookshelf. I mean, if you want to go back and have a crack at that one some more, I don't mind. You know, I'm basically the driving force behind this puzzle squad, you know? Alright. Welcome. Oh, no!
The father of the house was undoubtedly the hardest and easiest target for me. Hardest because I didn't know how I would react, and easiest because of how I reacted. Seeing him sleeping on the bed took me back to my childhood, and one simple blow to his head was all I needed to leave him unconscious. He woke up, still in his bedroom, to the gracious touch of flames that burned beneath him.
No, dude, you don't want to get...
His beautiful screams were something I wish my own dad would have left me. But, alas...
Mate, you're never going to get that smell out. Okay. Oh, so first things first. Oh, we have the basement key! You remember that place we're never ever supposed to go? There's another clock in here. I'm curious about this, though. Picked up the triangle plaque. Mother Charlotte, Calvin's mother Charlotte, fought more than any of my victims ever did. She got some really good hits on me, and while I regretted a while that I didn't render unconscious prior, I got the sweet creams. Screams? I am so sorry, friends. I craved so badly at times. This time, however, they were muffled as I forced her head into the bathtub. I promised her I would take care of Calvin. I kept that promise for as long as I could. He's a bad friend. Yeah, he's a bad friend. Okay. So there appears to be some... What? Okay. All of the mannequins have, like, potential back plaques. Just... Oh. Okay. So we don't know the order, but these plaques can be used on the mannequins. Alright. Okay. So we have the key to the basement, which is the place we're absolutely fucking not supposed to go. So... see no way this ends poorly. What I am going to do, friends, though, as we've hit the 2.5 hour mark, is I am going to nip to the loo, because I am not going to pee myself live on twitch.television when the elements of this kick in. Like, so far this game has been very, very focused on the puzzles, right? The overall goals of this being, like, this quirky unfurling of these strange, horrific pieces. I understand the spoops are going to come, and I'm not going to have a full bladder when they do. So I'll leave you in the art room with the beautiful music. Not like last time. Not like this. Not like these. But yeah, so friends, I'll be back in just a second. So don't go anywhere. And we'll use the basement key and see where the fuck that takes us. God. Actually, so Head Manners, we are one step closer to the bathtub stream. The problem is I don't know when that'll happen, so it's just going to be a random drunken bathtub chat at some point. Okay. Chef, how do I like the mannequins? Not at all. Not at all. Right. I'll be back in just a second, friends. Don't go anywhere.
I need to go. But I'm picking up this game. Have a good evening.
Hello, friends. Hang on, I'll use the Gundam cam for this one, so I might pause the music for just a second. But oh, sorry. Who is heading out? Oh, hang on. I'm sorry about that, friends. Amos has chosen chaos this very eve. I was going to show you the final Mareo, which I am going to obliterate. Oh shit! Oh, double So, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if you did have to shimmy, or perhaps you'll catch this on a VOD future. But Orion Pirate, thank you so much. Like, $50 is a fuck ton of money. And also, thank you for picking this game up. Like, that's a huge compliment to Chef, telling somebody to their face, like, yo, I'm literally buying your video game, is a wonderful compliment. And it's a compliment to me because you trust me to recommend you good stuff. Fuck. Oh yeah, no, Kalu, Chef made this. Like, and Orion Pirate, like, seriously, thank you. Like, I know we were talking a lot about content creators and marketing budgets and smart stuff, but like, the thing that I wanted to add to it all is that I am not supported by a mysterious Patreon. There is no heckin' brand deal that fuels the longship. The biggest thing that keeps all of this going day in, day out is you lot throwing bits and donations and all of that. $50 is a fucking massive amount of money. Seriously, thank you. Today was going to be very, very quiet, and I've been proven wrong. It also means that Orion Pirate will be the Jarl for the rest of the day, so... Orion, again, in case you time travel and see this, thank you so much. Thank you. I kind of don't want to show you me biting Mario's face off now. That feels a little out of place. Oh. Yeah, no, Chef, abso-fucking-lutely for Orion being MVP. And Fred, you are correct that anyone who takes the slot during a Sea of Thieves Friday is the Jarl! Shit is scary for everybody right now, so it's... Oh. Okay, the Mareo sacrifice has been requested. Lyris, Orion Pirate dropped a $50 donation and then bounced like a legend. No, I mean $50 like a legend and then bounced. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of like... Ah. But I still have the Gundam cam set up, so I can do this. do this. Kidding me? Let's try that again. Just wanted to show you an Oreo about to get its face bitten off. Hey! God, that's what I was trying to do. It's me, Mario! Help me, Luigi! My brother Luigi! He took my face! He took my face! Luigi took my face! That was it. That was all I was trying to show you. Anyway. Lyrus, I am very sure that I am drunk. I'm not drunk right now. I am frustrated that my my webcams might be. Whoa. But no, just one more time, like seriously. In the event that you rewatch this, Orion Pirate, thank you. Shall we? So remember, rule 1, don't go into the basement. What are we doing? Going into the basement. This is the dumbest idea I've had all day. I don't like that. Ah! Fuck you, chef. Oh, I don't like this. Blacklight instructions! This is an astounding invention! Using this light, you'll be able to see what our weak human eyes can't otherwise see. Like the value in yourself. You need this in order to follow my trail. Just don't forget about it. It will absolutely be needed later on. Also, because of how old it is, it overheats very quickly. So give it a quick break every now and then, and it'll be fine. I had to collect so much more blood than I originally planned in order to get this to work, so I also think I might have gotten carried away. Fuck. Oh, I do not like this. I do not like this at all. Follow me! The eyes will help you see things clearly. Oh, great. It's like the adventure line from... It's the adventure line from the Stanley Parable, but awful. Okay. So that says 9. Oh, I don't like this. Ba-da-dum, da-dum, da-dum, da, da-da-dum, da-dum, bum, ba. So that was like 9, 4. Da-da-dum, da. 2 feeties. We missed one. 7. 9, 4, 2, 7. Let's hope I got that right. I can practically hear Chef chortling. Also, parts of this area definitely moved around. We weren't looking. Nine, 4, 2, 7. Lyris, it is giving me some serious Blackout Club vibes. But, you know, without the possibility of having feckin' assistance from the idea. Okay. Let me guess. You were just unlucky! They were just unlucky. Oh, interesting. This is one of the first pieces. You can either fall hard or succeed completely. Again, as a competent drinker, there are many, many variants in between, let me tell you. Alright. So we picked up the eye painting. And the pyramid plaque. Okay, first floor. Bedroom, Calvin, office, question mark, question mark. And the question marks are based around the clocks. Okay. After my treatments, I made sure that they all have a sweet tooth. For, I thought that said candy, but it's cyanide. Really regret eating that Oreo now. Fucking timing. Oh, okay. Chef was just informing us that the... Oh, where is it? Blacklight tool. Ah, here we go. Art display. Tick, tick, tick. Okay. So this is just letting us know where the clocks are. The eye painting, the black light. So the triangle. Alright, so we're gonna need one more plaque before we can work on the family. Just give the walls a quick check. So obviously, Chef, like, I didn't, you know, play your game to critique it, but I will say that much like the Stanley Parable, the only thing that would make this better is an emotional support bucket. They are right. Nuh-uh. Alright, this is the safety closet. I'm going to stay in here. My favourite ending was the closet ending. The mannequins are trying to tell me something. Some things are better off hidden away. Ah. Lyris, I do have an emotional support blacklight, but it's surprisingly flaky. It's hot, then it's cold. It's yes, then it's no. Their noises keep me up at night. It's just the duck song on loop. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Found a person talking about how their lemonade stand makes money at festivals. And I commented on the video, have you got any grapes? One person found that funny. What do they want? Stop following me! You got any grapes? Okay, well, we have a... Oh! Fuck you, chef. Oh, fuck you, chef. Go back in the fucking closet. Closet ending is my favourite! Oh, fuck you. No! Piss in a garbage bin! Fuck you, the basement. Fuck you. Oh, the fucking... The line's back! Dun da da dun da dun da da. Ooh! Oh, it's just Calvin's rule. Well, that's haunting. God. Finally free, screams to remember. Ah, okay, so this one is the painting that we just got. Yeah, smiles to remember. I looked back and saw something grotesque. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So the rule wall is actually Calvin's rule wall. And Calvin says 10 and 15 touch Calvin's clock. 10 and 15. Well, how are we supposed to do 15 on the clock? And 15. Oh! 10:15. Quarter past 10. Okay. And we should be able to work stuff out for this place as well. Alright, so those feedies. Okay, so there's 3 points to be looking from. Verdant Floor, you're right. We can now see the dark place in the attic. But what if... And hear me out here. What if... Fuck that idea. There's 1 foot here. Oh! Okay, so we've got 1... 2... 3 and then 4. Okay, so let's wait for the pitchers to stop swinging because I'm running around like a loon. Okay, so for spooky dead people, we've got... It is another code. So it's 4 to start with. That's 1. And then I'll have a look over here. No, have a look over here. 5 is the definite one. 3 was around here. Oh, it's all up to me. If I don't do it, then nobody will. Ah, joke's on you. Me body will. Okay. So I think this one might actually be 0. See, remember what it was saying about how living people were blurry? I don't think it's 5. I think it's either 9 or 0. Whichever one is... Maybe not... okay, is there another 0 around here? So I think 0... Yeah, so... Oh, that's fucking sinister. Okay, no two pitches the same. Yeah, see, that kid, very alive. Okay, so it could be 5, it could be 0. What was the other one it could be? Could be... So it could be 5, could be 0, could be 9. Oh, I don't think it's 9. Anyway, and last but by no means least... Yeah. It's not 7. I think it's 3. Alright. Let's try those and see what we get. This is fucking dark. So, try 5 and then 3. Okay, I fucked up somewhere. Okay. So it's not 7, it's not 6. Could be 6. With more, there are no glowing eyes outside the door. I mean, the whole point was stand still at the right spot and focus will become clear. I'm going to come back to this a little bit later. See the right angle through the lens. Shine some light on the problem at hand. Be part of the vision. So yeah, I don't think it's 6. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's bring this back to start. Okay. So we're here. Number 4. Clearly somebody that has passed away. So that's, I think, a solid starting point. Come over here. Stand here. Number 5. That's clearly somebody who's passed away. Don't see any others in, like, the periphery. Alright. So we go around here to number 3. That person is not... Alright, so maybe it is, like, the 7 in detail. Okay. So we're going to try 7 for that one. And then if we head to the 4 slot... Alive. Alive. Possibly. And what's the other one here? 6 alive. So it's gotta be 3. Okay. So I'm gonna try 7 for this one. Ah, beans. Okay, so we'll try 557. Oh! Hook shot. Nailed it. And what key is this? The shed key! Oh. Oh, I don't like it when they get all jangly like that. That's very haunting. Please don't do that. Okay, so we have... Okay, what do you want to do? Shed or adventure line? And Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, sorry, friends. And again, I know I say this a lot. I hope it doesn't sound contrite. I've been saying a lot of thank yous today, and I worry that in my hungover state, or at least my brain dead state, that I'm not doing a very good job as a host. Bear with me a second while everyone's having a ponder.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Oh,
Turtles,
shit!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Oh, hook shot. Thank you kindly. All right. Thank you kindly. Also, you gave a sub to Biggs, and Biggs has been a long-time proponent of this strange corner of the internet. Yeah, Biggs. Biggs, you got by hookshot, no less. And not even a direct target as well. Hookshot just loosed an arrow to the crowd. Well, no, seriously, hookshot, thank you. And thank you for being the catalyst in making today's stream happen. However, I believe the only vote we've had so far is for the shed. So let's go adventure line. Let's go adventure line. No! Beans!
QC.move and stay out to my shed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shriek in everyone's ear there, but thank you, Bacon. And thank you for the bits. Well, I have a feeling this is not going to be a one and done stream type day. Okay. Oh. Fucking spooky ass house. Okay, so many hours were spent in here making new friends. Oh, I love friends. I'm sure he doesn't mean the fucking mannequins. My biggest pain is being alone, so I create my own friends. Simples. Too bad they can't speak. They probably have great thoughts to share. Okay, so attic, my best work yet. First floor, I think we got that, didn't we? Power them up. Okay, so we're missing one more. Ah, now we have a crowbar. For science! So there's this thing that always strikes me when we're playing games like this, which is, who are we, right? So far as we know, we're just an artist who is attending an art exhibition, but... Okay, the person who's trapped us in has said, if you leave, I'll fucking job you. Right, alright. Oh, Kaolu, go get some sleep, alright? Hang on, I'll have this conversation in the warmth of the candlelight. Yeah, the villainous guy said if you leave, I'll job you, but... Our character has not made a break for it. Now, you can interpret that as user intent or what have you, but we've just picked up a crowbar. And do you notice what we haven't done? We haven't taken the crowbar out. We're not holding it like a weapon. We're not trying to protect ourselves Silent Hill style. So what does that say about the mental state of our character? Like, we don't know right now, but I think it's worth taking into consideration. Like, there's this wonderful thing you can do in video games where you set the tone by the genre and the setup. But then who the user is in this world can change drastically, right? And so when we take the user's free will into consideration alongside what mechanics they have to access, well, then shit starts getting real fascinating. I mean, with more artist at the end of their rope, perhaps, someone equally disturbed? I mean, I don't recommend watching it because it makes you hungry in the bad way, but the television adaptation of Hannibal, I think, is a really good one to look at. Like, the character that we follow through that story at any point could have just gone blam, 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 bang, 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 let's fucking go, and solved everybody's problems and saved a bunch of lives. But he doesn't. And when we as the user, what we choose to do in the space, what we can do in the space, shapes a lot of us. So, like, we have crafting supplies, we have a bunch of things we found around the place. Like, why haven't we just made a fucking chain flail crowbar weapon? Because that's not why we're here. And when you think about it, how the focus of this game isn't finding out what happened to the people killed, but solving puzzles to find the art. Like, we're genuinely, not just us as the user, but who we may be is genuinely invested in this. The chef says that the letter somehow knew the person living on the other end was living a miserable life. Quite possibly. And again, like, I don't want to infer intent whilst, you know, the actual creator is here hanging out with us, but you can see what I'm saying. We pick up a crowbar and we don't immediately use it for conflict. Well, yeah, you know, it's just, I think it's a bit gauche to discuss things with a death of the author-like style while the author is in the room. Like, hey, this piece of art you made, fuck you, here's what we think it means. Ah, that good physics. Yeah, I'm over here doing Death of the Creator while the creator is sitting over. It's like I can... What if the author was... Yeah, what if the author is dead in the room? God, friends, it's like I can still hear the author's original intent on the wind. I'm not dead! Ah, it's like he's here with us now. Sorry. Yeah, it's just... So with more... It's one of those things that doesn't get discussed very often, but, like, what we do and where our focus is in the world shapes who we are in the world. And even when we're not explicitly given a character, Oh, I am the result of the problem. I don't have the solution, but I might point someone in the right direction. Scheiße, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, here's a nice big old hyperbole example, because it's what leapt into my mind first. With Horizon Zero Dawn, we're given Aloy, or whatever you want to call them. And they interact with the world by conflict. Stealth, certainly, but their overall goal is to either, like, dominate or destroy these mechanical dinosaurs, right? And that shapes who Aloy is as a character, and it also shapes how we interact with the space. It's like the opposite of ludonarrative dissonance. It's like ludonarrative, like, cohesion. And that all of these elements come together to shape both our experience, who we are in the space, and who our character is. In games like this, where we aren't explicitly a person, we're an idea, we're an entity, we're us. So how do you shape how people look at the space? Well, here, we're not in survival horror mode. We're not wielding these things as a weapon. We're investigating, we're discovering. But no one's challenged us to do this. Right now, what is holding us in this space is a threat, a promise. But there's no sniper. There's no giant barbed wire fence with a lock on it that's shaped like a wolf key. But here we are. I think that's something that's very, very interesting to put in. Alright. Oh, fucking hell!
The art of sculpturing. This was absolutely the hardest kind of art form to get right. I tried various materials, marble, cloth, concrete, but nothing really fit what I was going for. Then it dawned on me. The purest form, the human body. This took a bit of time to get right. Countless of kind, unwilling donators had to be used before I got the formula down. Rigor mortis sure was a tricky nut to crack, sometimes literally.
Hey!
But after dozens of hours reading into biology and chemistry, here we are. And it is almost perfect. Please, just finish it for me.
It's not good! But again, like, our character, we are solving these puzzles to explore this whole thing. But, so again, more hyperbole examples, but in Resident Evil, we are the stars, the Special Tactics and Rescue Squad. We are a combination of Army Rangers, ex-Special Forces, mountain rescue lot. We go into the Arklay Mountains, into the mansion to save people. Primarily the people that went in first to save people, but that's neither here nor there. With our trusty custom Beretta and our fanciful Master of Unlocking or just Beefcake arms. Yeah, and Bob from Target. I see you've met Barry before. He loves the buddy system we have going on here as he strokes his revolver. Anyway. We are locked into the mansion from the go because there are horrors outside. We have to push on. Wesker forces us to push on to rescue the Alpha Squad and find out what happened. So a lot of the puzzles and things that we solve in there, it's all about survival. It's all about the rescue. The conflict that we experience along the way is the varying creatures and zombies standing between us and that. But who are we here? There's no, currently, touch wood, there's no monster chasing us down. We're not fighting for survival because whoever we are, we certainly don't have enough either self-preservation or our curiosity is definitely getting the better of us. And that is why we are progressing through. Okay. So we've got ourselves a dismembered mannequin pointing to some clock. So, 1 and 4. That's how I read of these. So, yeah. Yeah, hemp manners, that's a great idea. If you were to find a firearm, do you ignore it? Do you collect it as evidence? Do you save it for a critical moment? Or do you, wield it to shoot the baddies? And, God, okay, firearms are one of the best ways to start subverting games because there's such a commonality in video games. And I'm not against that. I think that the concept of the firearm in games is very, very good for the concept of self-empowerment. You pick up a gun, you defeat the alien super baddie, you kill zombie, Nazi, mecha Hitler, what have you. It's the device through which you do conflict good. Or do conflict for good. Using that. Oh, and Verdant Flow. I do apologize. I've been trying to not whip the mouse around, but I do understand. And I don't want anybody getting sick on my behalf. But it's lovely hanging with you. What was I saying? Oh, yes. One of the things I think is a really powerful trope is when you give the user a firearm and then subvert. So the best example is Paratropic, where it gives you a handgun and you meticulously load every shell into this revolver, right? And then you never use the gun. You have it with you, you can draw it, fire it occasionally, but it serves no purpose. It solves no problems. It doesn't do anything one way or t'other. It just differentiates between two characters and makes you feel empowered. But it does nothing. So, materials used. 4 corpses, 1 mannequin, 4 candles, 4 older candlesticks. Handles for forks. Alright. So yeah, so the hands are pointing to 1 and 10. Oh, let's have a read of this. The face of truth. Disgusted at what happened to their friend, they all turned away to not witness the horrendous scene. But as time went by, they all knew they had to face the truth. Without using any words, they can still tell us where and when. Help them get out of their ignorant thinking and force them to face their fears and all that lies in front of them. So, do we rotate all of the owls for science? Oops, sorry. That sounds bad. Oh, Jam. The gun or the bow in the Forgotten City, I think, is another good example. But anyway, I mean, it's more subtle in this title because, again, like, the crowbars are pretty iconic. Ah, okay. So it's one of those, like, each one rotates a slightly different one. Who do you affect? Almost. The weird thing for at least myself, Lyris, is that I can just kind of, I want to say brute force these puzzles, but they just make a weird sense in my head as long as I don't think about it. So long as I don't think about it, I can do them. There's a lot of like physicality and visualization puzzles that, so long as I don't actually try and stop and work it out, I can just do it. I mean, we've talked about this a lot. Like, we don't really have the best language to describe everybody's different ways of thinking, and sorry, I was talking to Fiona about this recently. Is I was very, very lucky when I was a Wien, because I got my dyslexia diagnosis when I was young enough that I wasn't like mistakenly put on like ADHD meds or anything like that. They did think that I had ADD as a Wien. No, I was just very excitable. In the south of the UK, there's this place called the Helen Arkell Institute. I don't even know if it still exists, but it used to be a dyslexia research place. Sadly, they did not give me cool powers or super soldier serum, and I'm still mad about that. But when I was older, I went back there for like a, here's how to study for your GCSEs. It was like a 2-day course thing. And one of the interesting things was they did some, I don't want to call them personality tests, but like, they tested the ways in which people understood and retained knowledge. My two skills was visual and audible. I talk through my problems and I see my problems. And I retain information in a very, very similar manner. It means I also have an aptitude for whenever there's any kind of like visualization things together, because my brain just goes, oh, well, this equals this. I'm very, very good at algebra because I don't see it as formula, I see it as shapes, if that makes a weird sense. But regular math, I have to sit there and be like, 1, 2, 3. And I know I was very, very lucky to get that experience in like my early teens. And it's interesting when you put puzzle games in front of a group of people and you see everybody's different kinds of like puzzle solving aptitudes, like what their brain likes, what their brain is good at, and the things they struggle with. But I also don't want to get into that whole like, you know, A, B, Z personality bollocks, because I think that's a whole bunch of nonsense. Sorry. And Ghosty, Watto and welcome. You're just in time for art! What was I doing? Oh yes, inventory. So we're still hunting for plaques. We've got the crowbar. Fire painting. Bonfire. Got a primal feel to it. Now, which one was fire? Art! That's the peaceful lake. The dance of agony. Oh, that was the bumper to bump. And that one was the messy start. So fire is over here. Unless that's the red herring. Although a beautiful display of dance and song in a most grim form, that is beautiful. Yeah, there was the Screaming in the Metal Barbecue, which, by the way, Whitmore, is the name of your next metal album. So right. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Ugh, I hate it. I'm gonna check. I'm checking over here. It's making noises at me again. Oh, we can't get into Calvin's room, can we? Alright. Not yet, anyway. Fuck. Oh! It... Something not fair to me or my mother. This was the... Okay, so this was the Poem of Two Armies room. Just give it the old blacklight special. Oh, jumping back in, Ghosty was saying that they were very good in math class, but struggled hard when it got to trigonometry. Oh, I am one of 7 seals. Come and see. Arf, arf. I gotta stop using humour as a coping mechanism, because my brain immediately went, BABY! Make sure every stroke matters. Importance. Beginning and end. Just like works in a whole. Lyra says, was fine with trig, but geometry was horrible. Just like the various instruments in an orchestra, the brush is one of many elements that create a beautiful melody. Now, I should say, fundamentally, I disagree with that one. Oh, it's Mum and Dad's room. Ah, I don't like that. Oh, no. Let's fucking not. Let's fucking not. Carl was saying that, well, he always sucked at traditional math. Had this weird, totally instinctual understanding of statistics. But could not explain to Professor how I got the answers. Yeah. I mean, not that this is a original take in the slightest, but, you know, I don't think there are many education... Oh, no. I don't think there are many educational systems that are set up for the varying degree of ways in which we as humans can understand information. Because the thing that used to fuck me over was, like, I understood a lot of, like, I used to understand a lot of mathematical formula and ideas and stuff like that, but the way we were taught was our fucking teacher would write everything on the board, and my dyslexic ass is slowly scribbling it out. And by the time about halfway through, she'd rub everything off the board and go the next thing, and I'm just like, fuck! Then I got put down a class in math, and yeah, it went from people being serious to us sitting on the floor and being absolute degens. A lot of screaming, a lot of running around. So me and Seg used to have great long conversations sitting by the heater. I don't know why Mother was crying, till I took care of our problems. Oh, I don't like that. Mother did not understand, so I took care of her as well. Suddenly, I killed some Yorkshire. I am fucking not like that. I'm gonna pick this up, and something's gonna fuck with me. Oh, Jam, go have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for keeping me company. Ha-ha! Oh, fucking hell! Nope. Fire no likey. Don't even worry about it. I just need an audience. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum-ba-da. Look at this happy little fox. That's the art I came here for. Quietly close the door on the burning guy. Like, nope, 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 nope. Dumped a filthy corpse in the tunnels. Bloated corpses are disgusting. Disgusting from the start. God, it's so judgy. Oh, and Ghosty, that is a lovely little story. Sorry, I was too busy dodging the newly burnt corpses. Alright, that is definitely something, but we'll come back to that. Alright, so we've gotten... Oh! Bernie corpse is gone! Oh, good. Oh, good! Okay. So we've got another piece of art. We've got the... feckin' the clock hands.
I just got back from Katzenberger and boy are my jaws tired.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time, friend. Do not threaten me with a good time. Oh. Okay. So we got told the timings, right? It was like, it was either 10:15. Oh, hang on. The hour hand from an older clock. I wonder where it goes. There we go. Because that was the Calvin time. But then the corpse on the floor... Yeah. Alright, let's assume Calvin time for now. And go from there. You know what? And let's go put the feckin' painting down. Occult says this puzzle broke me. Do you mean like the solution of it, or this was the one you had to look up? Okay. I do like spending time in here as well. Okay, so we've got... I can't make out what it's supposed to be. Some sort of creature doing a pose while flowers surrounds it. The green eye looks a bit out of place. It's covered in some strange residue. This looks like it could be the red herring, but I'm not sure. Because this one was finally free. This is the bumper to bump in the snow. Reflection, fire, and lastly being reborn. So yeah, I think that we found the red herring painting, but I'm not sure. Yeah, fuck you, the basement. Oh, okay, so the adventure line's unlocked to this part here. So we have the family, and we have 3 different icons. Oh, but also we now have this, which will probably give us a little bit more context. You'd better hurry. Oh! I get it now. Do 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 do. Don't you fucking spook me, you bastards. Okay, well, something opened. Fucking audio clues scaring the PP out of me. Fuck you, squeaky mannequin! I'm too invested in this. Oh, shit! New game electronics! Alright. What if we just close up this place and just spend the rest of the afternoon?
I remember being a child.
God!
And having my own little hideaway in our crawl space. Anything to get away from him. His fat, disgusting body was too much for him to bother chasing me in there. It didn't matter that I went without food for a few days. Anything was better than the constant beating and forced work on various art projects. Nothing could ever be good enough.
Oh, good. This is his little hidey spot. God. Oh, good. He with body waged a fight, but body won. It walks upright. IK. Goddamn video games. Oh, so 1K. Hang on, let me write this down. So 1 equals K. 2 equals ITC. ITC. See what else we can find. Oh god. Alright. Chess theory! Okay, so we've got Bish, C5, we've got Queen. Freddie Mercury, what are you doing here? And then we've got Pawn H1. I love games where you have to take notes. I guess that makes me a great big nerd. Oi, oi. There we go. Let's see if there's another spot. I think. Okay, so this is 4 and N. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to close the door behind us. Okay, midnight TikTok. So 4N midnight TikTok. Alright, so far we have 10:30, sorry, 10:15, which is Calvin time. Then we have midnight TikTok. And what was the other one? It was like 4. It was like 4:05. Midnight TikTok. Now that's an idea. Oh, and here we go. So 3 is HE. So KITCHEN. 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 T-C-H-E-N. Kitchen. It's pretty rare for me to be able to get spelling puzzles. Oh yeah, so on the subject of things we are good and bad at, I hate it when everybody makes jokes where they spell out the punchline, because my dumbass dyslexic brain doesn't get it for like 3 fucking days. Okay. Okay. One of desperation, night, my steps, a single soaked out, plunge the knife. Messy, unprofessional, and chaotic. First steps, nonetheless. I don't know, like, looking through the art. This one here, it seems to be a person over a bed or a body, but yeah, again, it's hard to make out what that is. So we can hold fire. Also, so we've got the little thing with the ground floor kitchen, right? We've picked up all 3 attic, my best work yet. That's where we just were. And then we have this thing, which is the art display, the main hall, TikTok in the kitchen. So, okay. So the time we've heard TikTok was TikTok to midnight, right? Oh, I just want people to understand. But we haven't found any additional pins for a few of these people. We did the speed run to open the door. No, Jimenez, it was a real good shout. There's something we're missing with these 3 that tells us the order in which the plaques go in. So I think it's... Alright, so, Chef, how are we doing? Lost Flowers, I did pick up a clock hand, but it went in the upstairs study. Tell you what, friends. So, Chef, I don't have to be anywhere until 8 o'clock. So... Hemmanis says, can we have another crack at the miniature mannequins one? I felt like it couldn't be too hard. Hey, no worries. Well, I'll tell you what, Hemmanis, I'm going to get some water in a second, but I'm going to bring us upstairs so you can have a look at the puzzle. So here's the info. The Carter family was like any other. Loving mother, supporting father, cheerful child. However, these are the only observations from the outset. Huge bunch of redacted. After the deed was done, the knife was dropped in front of the father's favorite reading spot. It rested on the floor, pointing towards the murderer as the child bled on the floor. But the thing with this one is that all 3 mannequins and the knife are movable. And yes, the thing is, I can rotate the pieces. So I feel like we're missing a piece on this one. But... So I tell you what. So I'm gonna just quickly grab some water, friends, because dehydration is real. And either we'll continue with this puzzle or with one of the others. I don't know how far through the title we are, but I'm curious. Okay, I'll be back in just a second. You ever have that thing, friends, where you're trying to explain stuff to people and you realize you're using literally 100% of your brain power on your job and or puzzles? Okay. Alright.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Whoever that was, feckin' thank you. Friends, Iced Toblerone was a Rainworld streamer who brought a squad in yesterday. Whoever that was, feckin' thank you. I will say, friends, that because of the pacing and the puzzles of this, that whatever happens, we are finishing this game. If we can't finish it in the next like hour and change, we're just playing it again next week. That's just it. It's the long and short of it. It makes my life a lot easier when planning the schedule, and it increases the amount that we can see it. I still don't know what we can do with this. Okay, so let's have a look at the journal. Chef says I could guide you and finish the game tonight with only hints. I'm in two minds, Chef. Because on one hand, I'd love to show everybody this. But on the other, even if we don't finish it, it means that a bunch of people can pick this up and finish it themselves, and then we catch them up next week. Or I can kind of enjoy faffing about with the puzzles more. Okay. I will say the crawl space poems spelling out kitchen is interesting. We haven't found the chessboard yet. But what I will say, Chef, is whatever bloats your goat. If you want to give me a little pointer towards where we should head next, I would appreciate that, because I definitely lost my train of thought while I was getting water. Okay, there were eyes in the downstairs bedroom.
Oh, Ashen One.
Aha! Aha! Ho 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 ho! Aha! Thank you, Chef. Nope. You know what? I'll use the other bathroom. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, Ghosty. Fuck yes. Ghosty. I'm legitimately happy for you. Fiona is making a little butter chicken thing that was like one of those like butter chicken kits that was on sale. So I'm getting homemade butter chicken tonight. So I am stoked. I'm supposed to be having digi drinks with a friend, which is why I sadly have the 5-hour time limit on gameplay. Oh no, only a casual 5 hours. Oh, and Lyris, I asked Chef for a little bit of a pointer. Chef recommended that we recheck the bedroom. So I was having a look through the eyes, saw the little arrow, and I was like, oh, what's down here? Then there was this cheeky little switch behind the light stand, which opened up this door, which was worst toilet ever! Got a couple of corpses. Okay, so fire, earth, sulfur. Right, this one is day, night, wax. These are all great band names. We've got oil, water, salt. And then oil, water, salt again. Then urine, glass, air. And stanky tub. Stanky tub. Gotta check behind the door, even though I don't want to. Yeah, the old lime corpse bath treatment. So, oh, that's a whole ass face! Oh man. Okay, look, chef. I apologize, like, you know, I don't like getting really serious about this, but I am a professional streamer. Like, I stream for a living. And any time that you do brand crossovers with, you know, fucking Calcium Bonio here, and I don't know about it, like, that makes it look like I'm doing, you know, some shady shit. That looks like, you know, I was, you know, unadvertised advertising. You can't be doing this, chef. God. Also, whoever's doing like a DJ remix of the door creak upstairs. I miss Calcium Bonio too, and I spend every day with him. For those of you that are new here, the skeleton's name is Lord Calcium Bonio. He came from a Divinity 2 playthrough, and his entire bit is, what if Skeletor could say fuck? And that is his whole personality. I believe you can have undead in Baldur's Gate 3, so there may yet be a return. Okay. So now we have these alchemical symbols. Now, we know that the plaques... so we've got... Okay, hang on. Let me just write down the plaque symbols, so I don't have to skim through them all the time. So we've got regular triangle, plaque. We've got upside down triangle with a line and a dash. Oh, excuse me. And we've got upside down triangle. So where are the alchemical... Oh, the alchemical notes are in the journal. Yeah, so here we go. So we've got... First one is fire. The second one could be earth. Day, night, wax. No, so it's fire, blood. And water. Not piss. Okay. So if we head back to the kitchen... is there an indication? Let's try the note here and see if that gives us an order.
Holy hell, where has the time gone? When are we hanging out again?
Numbers, I haven't the foggiest, but the inordinate number of people that I wish to hang out with is very large. Numbers, thank you that despite me being... my transformation into a flaky shut-in hermit, you've still been backing my ass up for the full 57 months, so thank you, friend. Numbers, again, I don't know. Mainly because most of the stuff we've been doing has been very impromptu and very late at night. But I want to try and get that onto a schedule. Oh, okay, sorry. And so Numbers, we're playing Partum Artifex. It's an exploratory puzzle horror game. We're about a ways through it. I don't actually know how far in. And Evil Geek said, yeah, man was burned, son was stabbed, woman was drowned. No, wasn't the dad stabbed? Hey, their numbers like, thank you for the drive-by, 57 months at tier 2. That's still $10 a month for 57 months keeping this whole place afloat. So thank you. So yeah, okay, so let's go with what we know. The man was drowned. And water is upside down triangle. Okay, so if the kid was definitely stabbed... that's blood. So that means the dad has to have been set ablaze. I know. Charming conversation. Yeah, you got it! Oh shit, what's for dinner? It's... a very useful fuse! Oh god! Fuck you, chef. I'm going outside. I'm not dealing with this shit right here. No, you were right, because I was thinking of the character that we've observed doing a murder. Any UVs outside? Don't know. Okay, guinea pigs, if you start squeaking like that while I'm playing horror games, this freaks me the fuck out. You ever heard a chorus of guinea pigs going, "You're gonna die"? Because that just happened. Fuck. I love you, Nuggies, but you're freaking me the fuck out right now. Alright? Okay, so this is where this is the first little thing we found. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. My fucking favorite. Fucking loud water. Put my water out of the way, sort of. Oh, I don't like that. You all fucking saw that, right? Fucking damp Skeletor over there. Starting shit. Fuck. You're playing fucking Stardew Valley right now. Closing that door right the fuck behind me. Okay, so good news. We live here now. We will not be going anywhere else. Oh!
To my little getaway. Why don't you have a seat and play a game of chess with me? Did you know that chess is a phenomenal way of telling stories? A niche, yet intriguing form of art. Well, it doesn't really work like normal chess. In fact, all you need to do is place the pieces in the right spots. The queen, the mother of all the lands. The king, the disgusting and pathetic ruler. The pawn, the innocent child of the people. Tell 3 separate and beautiful stories with the characters.
Yo, does anyone speak chess theory? Cause, well, not chess theory, but chess narrative. Cause I do not. Alright, is everyone familiar with chess narrative? Because I don't want to seem like I'm like a big, clever, smart brain when it comes to this. But the TLDR is you can use chess to essentially like infer meaning. I first became aware of this like a lot of people with the X-Men movies, you know, the black leather-clad ones. Okay. So we've got Bishop. Can we move the others? Oh, shit. So it was like Bishop to C5. Are there any bishops that can move to C5? I guess. Oh, no, I only get to play white. Bishop to C5. Queen to B7. And then pawn to H1. Oh, nothing happened. But yeah, so I first became aware of it in the X-Men movies, and it's where certain plays of chess are used to like infer story beats. So in the X-Men movies, every time that Professor X and Magneto are playing chess, it's very much their kind of like philosophies clashing. Magneto keeps trying to force Charles to sacrifice his pieces in order to win. Professor X, Charles Xavier, refuses to do that, and so it leaves them in this kind of like locked dance, which is very much about their like different philosophies on, you know, I guess victory. Ah, no. Okay, what have we got here? Wait. What if it's not bishop? What if it's king, queen, pawn? So bish would be king. Ah, okay. So this one is king to A3, queen to F8, and pawn to G1. Yeah, I will need to move the bishop back to its starting point. Unless it's the other points don't necessarily matter as much. Usually when it comes to puzzle games like this, if you don't enter correctly, the puzzle just kind of resets. This one did not. Okay. But, so the bishop, you were there. So king needs to go to C5. Boosh. And then a new one is king to A3. King to A3. Queen to F9. Oh, sorry, F8. Pawn to G1. Oh, and of course, crowbar, 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 crowbar. Alright. Looking out for chess moves and things written in blood. out with my best friend. He's a glow-in-the-dark torch, and he stops me from going blind. Hanging out with my best friend. Yeah, I think our host is playing very fast and loose with the rules of chess. It's worth saying, I'm not good at chess by any means. Like, I know I've probably told you this like 18,000 times, but my strategy used to be get people ruined. Oh, fucking hell!
Aren't they beautiful? The whole Carter family is here. The drunkard mom, the vengeful father, and the ill-fated son.
Fucking bastard. Carter family is just like any family. One cold winter night, the father had a realization. If only the child was not around anymore, he and his wife could go back to how it would be. Oh, so it's all pieces of the same story. And this is what will tell the tale of how we do shit upstairs. The mother, once loving her husband, lost everything in the marriage, as the father isolated her from the rest of the world. Drinking was her only escape, and it usually ended up with the child taking the hits. While not causing physical harm, the child's mental scarring would be the end of him. After all, it was the kid's fault she lost everything. Oh, fuck! The father was a very charismatic man. Wasn't ready for the long term. When the child was born, he had to give up his dreams in order to support his family. And he decided if he couldn't fulfill his dreams, neither should his wife. He's a bad dad. He became abusive, dealing with physical harm, was the only way for him to release his pain. Oh, God. Alright, so, bad dad. Okay. But we still need one more chess move, right? Yeah, bad dad, bad husband, just bad. Don't like that noise. Super don't like that noise. Alright, so we're missing the red door. Am I being a stupid here? I didn't see a chess maneuver there. Let's go back to the room full of bad daddery. Bad datasphere, if you will. More slorps and moans in the dirt tunnels. New EP coming soon. Yeah, I can't rotate the paper, so we don't have to worry about it being... Yo! It's 3 blankets. Yeah, these carpets look sus. Hembanas, we've seen these in the diorama. Nothing that can be done to move them, but it's like... So this one seems to indicate the dad, that the mum, and I guess that was the kid? Oh, Chef says check the notes regarding the paintings. This painting shows a child lying on the ground in front of the window. The way it is drawn makes the child look lifeless, as almost as if it was deliberate. This painting seems to be focused on the mother standing over the bed. Deep sadness seems to have washed over her. The bed in front of her looks like it belongs to a child and is empty. And last but by no means least, this painting shows the father figure standing in front of the fireplace, warming his hands. His empty and dark eyes hide a dark secret. Yo, these are the locations of the models. Alright, so we don't have chess pieces, but we do need to head back to the house. Which is bad, because it means going through the Schlop Water. Which is also a great name for a punk album. Jefferson Schlop Water. Fucking ghosts, man! So kid by the window, mum by the bed, dad looking at the fireplace. And then the last clue in there is where the murder weapon was left. Which I believe was dad's reading spot. Yeah, no, Jimenez, good spot. I absolutely would have missed it. Shut up, creaky house! I got shit to do. Okay, so... Mam's looking at the... Hang on. So, Mam... looking at the bed. There isn't another bed slot. Kid is going to be by the window. Dad's warming his hands. Kid did by the window. And then the last part of it... the last part of the clue was... the knife was dropped in front of the father's favourite reading spot. It rests on the floor, pointing towards the murderer. The child bled out. So that means this... goes there! Back of the net! Friends, I don't often try and put myself in these experiences, right? Like, my job is part game player, part cameraman, to show you all the experience going through it. But occasionally I have this, like, I don't want to call it out of body, but I imagine my dumb self talking to you lot as if you're there. It's not. I'm just stuck in a haunted house. And solving that and screaming, back of the net! At an empty house full of ghosts. It just amuses me greatly. Okay. Oh, yep. His eyes reminded me of him, so I made it quick and painless. Oh, dude! Fucking... Oh, God!
Calvin was a great kid. I almost gave up on my vision and my creations when I first saw his reaction to his world falling apart.
I don't like this.
I see myself in his eyes. That same fear. But alas, it didn't take long for me to realize that he didn't have it. He was broken, but not broken enough.
So he killed Calvin because Calvin wasn't, like, super-tacular murder speech.
Whatever it was, he didn't have it. I had to continue my work. Rest in peace now, child. Your mother is waiting.
Oh, God. So this whole thing does really beg the question of, like, who the fuck are we in this? Okay. So this is the complete Dolls of Art. Like any other. Okay, you need a tool to open this. I added a note to my journal. Alright, so we need a flathead screwdriver to take this off the side. Let's have a little look around, see if there's anything around here. Man, Calvin got done dirty. Calvin got done dirty. But I think that's the first, like, full-on hallucination we've seen. So, I wonder... Oh, and Mana says, what's the clock in there? Well, there's a horrifying face drawn in blood on the wall. The clock... Oh, shit! Calvin time! Calvin time is 10:15, yeah? So we still need one more piece of a... We still need one more piece of a clock to do, I think, the downstairs. We've got the clock piece from down that way for the spooky one. Oh, okay. Chef says we missed a chest that we opened in the tunnels. Thank you, Chef! So, Chef, how far in are we, if you don't mind my asking? I'm trying to decide if I should message a friend and just be like, hey, I might be a little late, even though I don't have to commute to a Digi Drinks. Oh, Chef, I'm sorry. Hey, look. It's a good excuse to explore these areas. Yeah, got stuck in traffic. Spooky traffic. Okay, so I unlocked a chest. So it wasn't down there. We're still one chest move away from total victory. Cool, free hat. Oh, Chef says we're not too far off the end. Okay. Alright, so this was the hint room for the family. Ghosty says maybe follow the green wire? The green wire we've done. Oh, wait, no, you make a great point. Because the blue wire was there, the green wire was the tiny little music box. Nerd, nerd. There we go. Picked up the minute hand. So now we've got all the pieces to maybe solve the clock puzzle. Clock puzzle, let's go! Okay. Before we start running off, I'm just going to let my friend know very, very kindly that we're coming up on the end of this, so I may be a touch late. Okay. So, let's have a look at what we know, what we've got. So, we've got this, which is 1 clock in the kitchen. So we've got the Calvin room, and we've got the office. So we know what Calvin time is. We know one of them is midnight. The signs all spelt out kitchen, followed by midnight. Alright, so the kitchen is midnight, so it's just the other one. And so the other one has got to be the corpse, which was... It was like 1 and 4, right? Okay. Yeah, Lyris, yeah, the other one is either 140 or 405. Check us out. Yo, Chef, this squad got Illuminati rated. Alright, so, I don't like it. Of course, the irony is not lost on me that we had to go and get this piece so we could do that. Alright, so that's the kitchen. Calvin room's set up. Where was the other one again? It was the office, which was one of our early ones. No, that's Calvin room. Alright, office is around here. Don't get spooky with me! Alright, so we'll try 105. Sorry, 140. Balls. Alright, well, we're going to try 405. Oh, no, I fucked it. That sound. Oh, lovey! I love deliveries! Oh, it's skeleton mail. Oh, it's a screwdriver. Yay. Thanks, calcified corpse. Look, I'm just saying, Batman got Alfred, and apparently we got that, so... Yay! Let's see what's behind this child's bookshelf. I'm sure it'll be nothing sinister. Why would it be? If I was wrong, the angels would stop me. I don't like this. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ, got a real, like, exit through the gift shop thing going on right now. I have a mouth and I can't scream. Mechanical pump, plastic tubing, blood thinners, cooking pot, Calvin! I hate everything about this. Oh, fucking hell. Nick, you can't say that! Wasn't very poggers of you. Talk about putting your foot in your mouth. So, to recap, basically, as a group, we've trained to solve puzzles and deal with traumatic horror through the medium of shite jokes. And if it wasn't such a stupid undertaking, I still love the idea of, like, the squad solves puzzles. Because this would be such a drastically different experience if there was 5 people all running around playing this at once. Okay, I don't see any additional messages. But yeah, just the way it made us walk around that had that real, like, yeah, exit through the gift shop kind of vibe. Can I offer you a hand? Jesus. Queen Helena II, King George V, Prince Eric I. These are the last chess moves. E1 for Eric I. George VII, that's G7. And last but by no means least, Queen Helena II, so H2. And here's the bumpity bump gone snow bad. The thing that strikes me is that, despite how horrific this whole thing is, like, our character's not been actively in danger. Like, okay, the guy making this whole horror show has stated that they kill and will kill again, right? But we've not been chased, we've not been attacked, we've not been threatened except for if we leave. Now, I'm not saying that this is good and our character is smart, but again, there's this kind of, you know, art observing the artist going on. I mean, maybe our character is just super whooper naive and thinks that the whole thing is part of the exhibit. But I don't know. You watch people who do like haunted houses and things like that, and they absolutely do not treat it like it's a game, you know? One of my favorite ones, a friend showed me a clip of someone who, during a one of those like haunted house with performers, somebody actually grabbed their partner and threw them at like one of the spooky murder clowns. And there's a moment of realization where, you know, the person stops being afraid and starts, you know, like, oh, okay, this is just a haunted house. So the spooky murder clown gives this person a knife and they both chase the husband. Love shit like that. But my point being is, like, you know, when you're in that spooky environment, if you buy into the thematics, then the fear would be real. But this seems almost like a daydream, you know? This feels like the avant-garde observing the ridiculous. Is this real or is this intentional? Is this genius or madness? You know? And I think whoever we're playing as has a little bit of that. Again, I think the Hannibal comparison would be the best one I could draw. But it's oil paint instead of food. Hey, Kestrel, am I real? Is this room real? Where are we? What is you? What am do? Alright, so king to h2. Queen to g7. Move the bishop away, and pawn to e1. Wait. Wait. Oh, I got the king and the queen flipped. Sorry. Thank you. God, you can tell I've got smooth brain today. God, I'm so glad that having solved these horrible mysteries, we're walking into this darkened room beneath. Oh, this is bad. Oh, I don't like that. The final art piece. Oh, this is the worst! Did say he wanted an audience. Picked up the tunnel gate key. God, it's like, I think he's trying to imply that he jobbed himself and then tried to paint those last few pieces. Again with the mannequins. Just makes me want to curl my feeties up. These don't look like mannequins. These look like people. No! Oh, cool, the door doesn't close. Fucking great. Oh, for some reason that made me want to pull my feet up. Say nice things about your work, and then your work fucks with me. Kestrel's like, wow, this seems fine. It's like playing Putt-Putt Goes to the Art Gallery. We could be literally playing Putt-Putt right now, we're not. I call it the words of a dying mother. Fuck you, game. Is that the wrong body? I was just unlucky.
I don't want to be part of it.
Thanks! I hate this very much. Ah, shit, it's the boss fight arena.
He's no.
Oh. Amos just scared the fucking pee-pee out of me by sneezing. Well, so there's the lake. Oh, fuck every kind of duck. They were just unlucky. Oh, we're back down here! Fucking hate down here. Oh, we've got to adventure line out again. Ah, God! Dun 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 dun. Fuck you, game. Fuck you very much. Fuck you. The fucking creepy mannequin horse you rode in on. Okay, so we know what this one... I am... I think I might have pulled something from jumping. Alright, so that is... That's the lake. So this one... Messy, unprofessional, and chaos. I think this one... Whitmore, are we mannequin? Alright, I think it's this one.
It is done. Look at it. It is beautiful. And all thanks to you. Now we can finalize the work, as there's just one thing left to do. Please, come see me in my little office downstairs. As thanks for all of your hard work, I want you to be the one that signs the work. Don't be shy. Embrace this. You've earned it.
Oh, good. Oh, fuck you, mate. Be part of the creation. Scum like me are the true monsters of the world. Oh.
Am I just wasting my time?
Where does it want us to go? There's a little office downstairs.
I still wake up at night screaming for what I've done. All the faces will haunt me forever.
Fire's getting worse. Oh, is it basement? Oh, balls. Yeah, no amount of adventure line's gonna fucking... Ah!
I have to do it, don't I? If not me, then who? I don't want others to experience the pain I went through. That's right. It has to be me. I have to make sure it won't happen to anyone else. We need to help each other.
This is a terrible idea.
Nobody has to go through the pain I went through. Of course, this is what needs to happen. They all need to know. Right. I will record a proper message later. This is just a temporary recording until after I've tested everything out myself. So, yes. Hello, me. Remember to record a new ending before the unlucky one arrives tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget the cameras. This movie will be the greatest art piece there ever was. I'm so excited.
Fucking what?
abusive relationships need to stop. People need to know when to speak up. This is why I'm doing this. Everything I do, every piece of art, is to spread the word. Let's teach the world, and let us make sure they pay the price for letting me slip through the system.
Fucking yo! Fucking yo! Capitalism was the true villain? Oh, this live stream performances. Fucking yo! Fucking yo! Fucking yo! What a game! Yeah, Chef, you gotta put this in for a BAFTA, mate. You gotta. Now to embarrass. Got some. Oh, thank you. Holy crud, that smells amazing. Okay, so I've not only finished a brilliant game, but I've also got fucking curry. God, this is the best day. So, shall we embarrass Chef by playing the messages? What a fucking great game! So, like, okay, I feel like there are two ways we can look at the ending, but it feels like, air quotes, the unlucky one was meant to be you're a person going through this, and whether you live or die at the end is, I think, up for interpretation, but you experience all of these horrors, and your experience going through it all is basically what is sent to the authorities or out to the world to say, like, no, I was a child, the system failed me, now I do horrific things. You need to make sure I never happen again. But it also could have been from the very person themselves, you know, experiencing it, the madness of what they've done, or the intent of what they've done driving them so far as to go through their own processes. Holy crud. No, I'm so glad I got to go through this. Honestly, thank Hookshot, because as I said, I've had so much going on this year, I forgot about this. Oh, okay. So Chef is saying that what we just did is we went through it as the artist, and the air quotes, the unlucky one, is coming in next. Oh, that's fucking glorious. The curry is amazing. No, Chef, that's absolutely brilliant. Seriously, look up, because I think as an indie you get like, it's there's a super reduced rate to put yourself forward for a BAFTA. Yeah, I think I agree with the Hookshot. Next time people ask, don't tell them. Just be like, well, what do you think it means? But no, that makes sense. It's not that there's anything supernatural about it. It's your own memories. It works so well. Yeah. I'm with Sturdy and Lyris. It gets to be our little secret. So, Chef, do you want me to play the messages, or would you prefer those are an off-stream kind of like private thing? Okay, we'll go on. But no, seriously, Chef, like, look into it today. Like, consider putting this through, because putting this up against, for example, you know, Layers of Fear, so far I'm far more impressed with this. Look, Chef, I can't comment any further. I'm just saying, I think you should. But speaking of which, here is a message from Chef themselves.
Put the microphone on. Okay, yeah, it seems to be working. Hello, and thank you so much for playing Partum Artifex.
You're welcome.
It means so much to me that there's actually somebody out there that is able to experience what I've created. It's something very special. So I just want to thank you. And if there's any viewers watching, like on YouTube, someone's streams or whatever it is, I just want to say I hope that the experience has been a positive one. Because I just need to try and like reach out to as many people as possible, that if you really like what you saw, it would mean the world to me if you could support me and my work by just simply buying one of the copies of Partum Artifex, or give it to a friend if you already own a copy. Because Fredrik, could you play some sad music over this? Okay, thanks. As a newborn at the age of 27, I was always alone with plenty of friends around me. I was almost never sick, and I was disgustingly healthy. So please, you know what, Fred, you can cut it there, all right? Okay, thanks. So yeah, thank you all so much for playing the game. If you hear this, it means that you've actually played through it. If you didn't like it, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I hope that you can forgive me and have a lovely day to you, the player, or potential viewers out there. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bravo, friend. Bravo. Well. No, I don't have anything clever to add. That was lovely, and I will do my feckin' darndest to pass this forward. And now for a message from Frederick.
Oh, geez. Hi. What do I even say? I mean, you must be real tired of my voice at this point. But yeah, hello. Thank you so much for playing Partum Artifex. I really hope that you enjoyed the sounds and the music and my voice acting. It's not often that you get put in charge of all three of those in a game, but it's very fun when it happens. Well, I guess this is when I'm supposed to be all emotional, isn't it? Joachim, do you want to play some piano for me?
I guess so. My best.
Okay, cool. So, yes, when it comes to telling a story with music and sounds, Hey, you can stop that now if you want. You don't have to continue.
Well, I can't play a damn piano.
Sorry? Okay. Yeah, anyway. I want to thank you for playing the game. I hope you've enjoyed it. So the way to support me directly would be to purchase my music off of my Bandcamp, frederickhathen.bandcamp.com, because buying it there supports me directly in a way that streaming the music doesn't. So if you really like the music, then I would really appreciate it if you could go and purchase the soundtrack. And apart from that, I just want to thank you so much for playing. I hope you had a good time, and I wish you a fantastic rest of your day.
Hells yeah. Also, one of the things that's very clever now is it's start the creative process or give up as an artist. That was inspired. So, Chef, please feel free to drop the links in chat for both of those. I'll drop the links for Steam. So yeah, friends, if you enjoyed this, pick up a copy and play it, or gift it to somebody who you think would really enjoy it. I'm going to be digesting this one for a little while, along with my dinner. But this was a great example of restraint, which was a great example of puzzles as focus. And like when you think about how large the game was, like its game environment, but how the locked doors, the backtracking, the manner in which we moved around the whole space made the whole place feel so expansive and massive. Like, I'm so impressed with it. So impressed. And I'm not saying that because you'll know I'll deconstruct stuff if I think it'd be bad. The puzzles hit that wonderful beat of being strange and odd in that point and click variety, but then as you bring them together, like adhering to its own wonderfully bizarre logic. It wasn't moon logic, it was serial killer logic. But once we got it, it all made sense. God, what a great experience. A great experience. So, seriously, thank you. Thank you again to Hookshot for pointing me in direction. Chef, to you and Frederick for making an incredible game. And thank you everybody who solved puzzles that my dumbass couldn't work out, and for hanging out today. And what a fucking great day it's been. Just thank you. Right. I need to dash. So, allow me to roll credits and say thank yous. And yeah. Tomorrow will be rampant piracy, so we've got that. Yeah, fucking yo! Now it's my turn to say my thank yous. As I was talking about earlier on today, the fact that I get to be here and do this, the fact that I get to share this with you all, support games like Chef's and future weird indie stuff is just thanks to you. Today, Orion Pirate blew the fucking doors off with a big old donation. And that and bits are literally the biggest thing that helped this keep going. So, for anything and everything you lot have put in, thank you. Also, for those of you just hanging out, chilling and lurking, I mean, you make number go up. So, thank you for that one. Now let's have some funky fresh beats for the credits. Oh. And Hookshot says, remember, this year on Halloween, the best gift is Partum Artifex. So, to Chef Jokum, Lost Flowers, Big Saxy, Ice Toblerones and some numbers, whether it was a monstrous 57 spree or whether you were hunted by House Carl, thank you. To Orion Pirate, like I said, you blew the doors off with a fuck you tier donation, so thank you. To Fearless Sun, Bacon Avenger, Lyris Dragon, Vanderbeast and Wolfcrad, doesn't matter if it was teeny tiny or monstrous, all the bits help keep us going. And to our entire moderation squad, not just Caffeine, but also Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes and Moose, and the ever-elusive Tarlicus. To all of you, thank you, alright? So I am going to do a bit of a, maybe not a dine and dash, but I'm going to go deposit you. You know what? There are too many lovely people, and I immediately have Oh shit! Chef's working on DLC? Fuck yeah! Alright. So, friends, I'm going to go deposit you over with the Artsy Poe, who did the iconic friendo that I have tattooed on my flesh. And they're just doing like a little draw and hangout, so yeah, you can all go be terrors over there. Just again, Chef, congratulations on the game. I hope it sells a gajillion copies. Please, please, please do put it in for a BAFTA, because I think it's got that. Like, win, lose, or draw, BAFTA is exactly the kind of people who will appreciate this fucking game, you know what I mean? With more, go get some sleep, yo. Okay, friends. If you see me on Discord later, I'm probably exceedingly drunk, so, I don't know, pray for me. But if not, I will see you tomorrow for Sea of Thieves, friends. So, have an excellent rest of your night. Love to you all. Please give my love to the Artie Poe, because I'm going to be dashing after I drop you off. But, yeah, have a great time. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Fucking wee!